Alrighty, looks like we are live. And I think we're going to start this one off by doing one of the escapades. They are just auto-scrollers, but I am curious how they go. February 26th, 9:17 a.m. British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. Here we are again. Every time we visit here, the atmosphere in this place seems to get more and more overbearing. Just think, we could be at home with Mr. Sholmes and Iris having a nice, cozy breakfast. But we have a duty to report the outcome of the case, especially since we're guests here in Britain. So I'm afraid this visit couldn't have been avoided. I suppose not, but is there even anyone here? You could hear a pin drop in this place. It's too solemn for its own good. It is very quiet, isn't it? The only sound is the ticking of the great clock that keeps perfect time. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter, pitter-patter. What was that, I wonder? The usual comforting sound of the clock seems to have been joined by a less comforting shuffling sound. You're right, something's disturbing the rhythmic ticking. It sounds rather like an unfit middle-aged man running from pillar to post clumsily. Who are you calling unfit? Oh, Inspector Gregson, what are you doing here? What am I... Isn't it flaming obvious? 58 seconds remaining, Inspector. We'll have to talk later, sunshine. Good morning, Lord Strongheart. Wow, he's really looking fiercely at his pocket watch today. And good morning to you. Business so early in the day? Oh, yes, well, I mean, it's about the other day. We are to deliver our report, Lord Strongheart, as our dealings with Mr. Natsume are now over. Ah, yes, the little Japanese man. I've already cast my eyes over Van Zeek's report. I must say the outcome surprised me. I thank you for a job well done. You're too kind, my lord. It's not here, it's not there, and it's not over there either. I hope you don't mind me asking, but what exactly is the inspector doing? He's been herring around between the bookshelves looking beside himself with worry. He's looking for a particular work, The Lion's Pride. Now there's an all-too-familiar title. I'd heard it was a popular tale, so I obtained a copy from the rental library. However, it wasn't able to maintain my interest, so I soon cast it aside. I happened to notice a vacant spot on one of my shelves at the time, so I duly stowed the book there. Unfortunately, I no longer remember where that was. Nope, not there, not here either. Come on, where are you lions hiding? Or where are they priding? I'm sorry. The book is due back today, so I've asked Inspector Gregson to locate it for me with his investigative prowess. inside 5 minutes.
I must say, I've never seen anyone working so hard to find something. It's like a man possessed.
Ah, yes, that's because his month's salary is staked upon the outcome.
At whose instigation? Let me guess, the stony-faced lord. And the 5-minute time limit? What's the significance of that?
There is none, just my vulgar, mischievous spirit showing itself, I'm afraid.
Oh, by your own admission.
I can't. My feet. Killing me. 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up, Inspector. Which means that next month you will work unpaid and have no days off. No days off.
I'm pretty sure that's illegal by modern labor laws, at least. There really are just so many books here, it's overwhelming. I'll be right back, folks. Sorry, I gotta take care of something. Tossing a rice pack in the microwave. I got a spot on my back that's really bugging me. Welcome to the stream, Rafkin. Good afternoon to you too. There really are just so many books here, it's overwhelming.
For some, perhaps. I've purchased every book, new or old, on the subject of law from all over the globe. Wouldn't have believed it a few short decades ago. A place like this couldn't have existed.
What do you mean, Inspector?
When I was a lad, no one ever dreamed of buying books.
Oh, I see. Western books are such luxury items, I suppose, with their leather covers and fancy bindings.
No, that's not it.
Oh?
There was a tax on paper, see?
On paper?
Yeah, I mean, it was abolished about 30 years back now, but it used to be the case. There was a tax levied on any kind of paper. So obviously that meant most folks couldn't afford to buy any books at all.
Ah, so is that why places like the rental library you mentioned before came into existence, Lord Strongheart?
Indeed. Vestiges of the paper tax system, you could say. The general public considers books as items for hire.
Okay, let's see if that rice bag will do any good. If I can keep it in place.
London is home to a vast lending library of some 3.5 million books.
You couldn't hope to read all of that even if you were reincarnated 10,000 times. No, I think you could pull it off.
Even I would choose to rent a book rather than purchase it if I knew I would read it infrequently.
The subject of tax has actually surprised us already in the last few days. It came up in Mr. Natsume's trial. It seems that the window in his room was filled in due to some kind of window tax.
That would be true. Fortunately, the window tax was abolished here some 40 years ago. Sadly, in the East End in particular, many windowless houses remain. Britain's always had a bit of a thing for tax and stuff. Whatever they can tax, they tax. Sugar, salt, tea, coffee, you name it. Candles, beards.
Wait, sorry, what was that last one? Did you say beards?
Yup, the beard tax. Never heard of it?
Never. Why should people have to pay money just because they let their facial hair grow?
You may well ask. I suppose it makes them look self-important, because it makes them look self-important.
Naruhodos will have a strict family policy of no facial hair, I think.
You can relax. The beard tax was confined to the annals of history long ago.
Even so, it's clearly something the British really love. Paying taxes, I mean.
Paying them? You got that back to front, sunshine.
You can't deny you've had a lot of funny taxes over the years. You'd never find anything like that in Japan. Would you, Miss Susato? In actual fact, I'm afraid to say that you would, Mr. Naruhodo. What? No, you don't mean... Surely there's never been a window tax in Japan. No, but there have been similarly obscure taxes. For example, in the Edo period, there was a frontage tax. What was that? It was a tax not on windows, but on the entrance to properties. The larger a property's entrance was, the greater the tax that was levied on it. Even today, some mansions survive with extremely narrow entrances due to that old form of taxation. I had no idea.
Oh, so you Japanese are as twisted as us Brits?
We never had a beard tax. I mean, that's really going a step too far. No, that's true. I'm not aware of any taxes for beards, at least. What do you mean, at least? Well, rather than tax them, the shogunate did once prohibit them outright. The ruling class prohibited beards? It was called the Great Beard Prohibition. It was an Edo period edict. Why did the powers that be want to ban beards?
Because it makes people look self-important? Just an idea.
It would seem that the rulers in the East and West have had very similar ideas over the years. There have been other unusual taxes in our history, even in our current Meiji period. There have? For example, though it was before either of us were born, there was a rabbit tax. There was a tax on those adorable fluffy creatures? Like the one who makes mochi sweets on the moon? I haven't heard that one. I wonder how many cultural variations there are of the man in the moon. Yes, and it was an extremely large tax, too. The government demanded extraordinary sums of money. It just gets stranger and stranger. What was the reason for that bizarre tax, then? Well, after Japan opened its doors to the world, there was an unprecedented rabbit boom in the Meiji capital. A boom? Yes, keeping rabbits became hugely popular, and new species were traded at exorbitant prices. People were even swindled out of all their money for exotically colored rabbits. Like colored chicks, I suppose.
Hard to imagine, though. Rabbits are so timid and quiet. Wouldn't have thought one could bankrupt you.
So in response to this worrying social vogue, the government imposed a rabbit tax. Suppose they couldn't just ignore the problem. And it worked, because the rabbit boom came to an abrupt end. 6 years later, the tax was abolished. I hate to say it about my own country, but Japan is strange. There's more. After the rabbit tax was abolished, then, of course, society reacted by launching straight into a second rabbit boom. Oh dear, the government didn't think that one through, did they?
Your ideas about the world are very much altered by the position you hold in society. If you're responsible for the running of the country, you will feel the need to raise revenue keenly.
Without a stable taxation system, the whole country would go down the drain. Yes, I suppose so, but some of these taxes...
That's precisely why ministers of state use their wiles to invent new and novel ways of taxing the public.
Novel ways?
Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, if you were one of my country's statesmen.
Me, a British statesman?
Yes, what novel tax would you impose? Pray, give us something truly original.
Oh, that's a fun one.
Inside 5 seconds.
What? Oh, think of something that everyone uses, Mr. Naruhodo, and really squeeze every penny out of the population. It's quite an intense stare. I'm very glad Susato-san isn't in charge.
Your time is up. So, what's your answer?
Well, air, maybe? Yes, how about hair? No.
An air tax, you say?
Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. A truly novel and fiendish idea. Everyone has to breathe, so while the population is inhaling air, my government is inhaling money.
Blimey, you're a tyrant at heart, eh? Somewhat radical solution to a country's revenue problems, but sadly not an original one.
No, you mean to say... Surely not. You mean a tax on air has been imposed in the past?
It was last century. The finance minister of our neighbor France proposed it.
What? If I ever go for a visit, I'm holding my breath.
Unsurprisingly, it was strongly opposed by the public and soon scrapped. The minister didn't last long either.
Oh dear, although clearly that would have been an untenable situation. Public at large are a force to be reckoned with.
Don't I know it? Don't I know it?
How about you, Inspector? What new tax would you impose?
Let me see. My first thought is a tax on objections.
Sorry?
Been hearing far too many of them recently in court. There's a particular lawyer I have in mind, as it happens.
Lord Van Zeeks, yeah.
So I think an objection tax could be very handy.
Good to see you don't allow your personal feuds to influence your work in public office.
I reckon 5 pence for every objection raised would be about right. A most amusing proposal, Gregson.
A most unamusing proposal, my lord. Alright, if we're doing that, we might as well tax arrests, too. Sorry, I realized I was using blurry strats.
Well then, I think it's your turn now.
Sorry, my turn for what?
Why, what else? To locate my missing copy of The Lion's Pride.
Oh.
It's on one of the shelves in this room, of that I'm certain. Now, I shall give you 10 minutes. And let's stake your student stipend on it, Fail to find the book and you forfeit next month's payment.
No. Objection!
Your time starts now. Oh, and one more thing. I believe you just said the word objection. Kindly leave your 5 pence over there before you begin combing the shelves.
This tax is going to be the death of me. I imagine at some point in history they've surely instigated like a socks tax or something. Making socks a commodity item. Alright, one more. Then we'll dive into the case. March 9th, 8:23 a.m., Sholmes Suite. Good morning, Iris. Good morning, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, morning, Susie. I'll get breakfast on the table for us all. Ah, Mr. Sholmes, morning. Come now, why the long face? Oh, sorry, the thing is, I just had a rather strange envelope posted under my door this morning. Some rather strange things inside. What strange things? Oh, what is it, Runa? Do I catch the scent of mystery in the air? Nothing so exciting, I'm afraid, Iris. It was just 5 orange pips. I can't imagine what it could possibly... What? Orange pips, Mr. Naruhodo? And 5 of them? What's the matter with you? That's a bit of an overreaction, isn't it? An overreaction, Mr. Naruhodo, you don't understand. It's a warning, a notice of imminent danger to your life. What? To my life? What's the meaning of all this, Mr. Sholmes? My dear fellow, why do you make such an inquiry of me? Because the name of the sender was written on the envelope, and it was yours. Oh, you're right, Runa. It says, sent by Sholmes, envoy of hell. So my little ploy has been exposed. Well, so be it. Cast your mind back, if you will, Mr. Naruhodo, to the time of our dining last night. Oh, yes, Miss Susato cooked Japanese food for us. Indeed. In particular, you may recall the final Norimaki sushi roll that I was about to savor. That is, before you swooped in with your clacking chopsticks and filched it from under my nose. Oh, I assumed because you'd left it that you didn't want it. I'd left it, my dear fellow, because I had planned to enjoy it as my very last mouthful. Surely you must have noted my intent by the subtle dilation of my right pupil. Perhaps a clearer sign would be helpful next time. Just an idea. In summary, the post you received earlier is a notice of impending revenge. You should be quaking in your boots. Really? Because I went straight out into the garden and planted them. I'm hopeful we may grow some exotic fruit. There's no point in sending a notice of impending revenge if the person you sent it to doesn't know what it is. Well, I knew, of course, because I've read this book. The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes. On sale now at all major London bookshops and receiving rave reviews. Oh yes, of course, it's finally been published, hasn't it? I hear it's selling very well. It is. 12 short stories in 1 volume. I've earned a lifetime's spending money already. And it has further bolstered my name. In fact, only the other day a Bohemian king sought to engage my services. Really? That's extraordinary. Of course, the gentleman persisted with some pretense about being a fishmonger for the duration. But only a fool would presume to be able to deceive my eyes with such a charade. So how did you know that he was a king, then? Why, there is no mystery, my dear fellow. A distinct smell of fish accompanied the man's lowly apparel. Although he tried to hide it, the left side of his mustache quivered in a quite manifest manner. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, that's simply brilliant. Having neatly resolved the case for the man, I was sent a quantity of fresh cod as a mark of his appreciation. I think perhaps you shouldn't discount the possibility that he actually was a fishmonger. Ah, is that... Can anyone else smell burning? Oh yes, you're right, and look, smoke. I think maybe... Fire! Fire! There's a fire everywhere. Well, there is. It's right there. Really? A fire? We must all leave at once. Everyone out of the building. No, wait. I have to go back to my room first. Are you deranged? If you're not asphyxiated by the smoke, the flames will burn you to death. But my Daruma doll. I can't let my Daruma burn. It means too much. Drat. Sorry, but I'm going to make a dash for it upstairs. Oh, Runo, you're so funny. This is no time for jokes, Iris. Go, quickly, get out of here. But there is no fire. Is there, Hurley? Huh? Ah, what a delight to see that ploy enacted in the flesh. I wouldn't have dared to dream I should be so lucky. Miss Susato? Indeed, indeed, it was a ploy. A devilment engineered by my puckish spirit. It was all a trick, but why? It is a simple experiment of the mind, Mr. Naruhodo. When his life is threatened, the fellow is compelled instinctively to protect that property to which he attaches matching importance. And after your own life, Runo, the most important thing to you seems to be your Daruma doll. Let's not dwell on that, shall we, Iris? So you knew all along, Miss Susato, that it was a trick? Yes, of course. The very ploy is described in this book. The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes. On sale now, and I'm not repeating the advertising blurb. Not again. I have used that device quite satisfactorily in the past to solve a case. Oh yes, it was a great success, wasn't it? But then it became something of a habit, didn't it? You started yelling fire at every crime scene. In the end, people started to pay no attention to you at all. Yes, that's true. There was a time when I was known as the Sholmes who cried wolf. I think there's a lesson to be learnt in there somewhere. But sadly, my little ploy failed to yield results this time. Iris was utterly unmoved. What do you mean? Well, I was anticipating that Iris would immediately expose her secret hiding place. The location of the nest egg she must have cached somewhere in this room. Nest egg? You think Iris has some secret savings? Why, naturally. The book is selling like hotcakes, after all. It is a simple deduction to conclude that the profits must be concealed here within these walls. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, are you in need of money? Ah, I bet I know what it is. It's that new microscope that's gone on sale, isn't it, Hurley? What else? I have such a strong desire to own one, yet my purse is £1 too light. £1 too light. And as no offer of a loan has been forthcoming, I have been forced to resort to an alternative stratagem. Sorry, Hurley, but I'm not falling for that. Not coming from the Sholmes who cried wolf. Ah, how vexing. I really shouldn't be trying to steal a 10-year-old's savings, you know. My book is full of little tricks like that, you see. The armory of the great detective. Except that in this case, both the orange pips and the fake fire fell a little flat, didn't they? Oh, I have plenty more tricks up my sleeve. Take, for example, the case of the Boscombe Valley Mystery. I'm already filled with dread just from the title. It is a tale of extraordinary skill on the part of the great detective, the skill of tracking. Tracking? When I arrived at the scene of the crime in the eponymous valley, there were footprints everywhere, but my eye was immediately drawn to one set in particular. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, your detective instincts are truly remarkable. As you know, dear madam, no detail, no matter how small, escapes the scrutiny of these eyes. So I tracked my quarry, following the trail of his footprints all the way to the man's place of residence. It led you directly to the culprit's house? What a triumph. You must understand, it led me directly to my own house, dear fellow. Huh? For the footprints were, in the final analysis, those made by my own shoes. Hurley had left here for the Boscombe Valley as soon as he received the telegram about the case, you see. And then he followed his own trail straight back here to Baker Street. Now, Iris, please, you make it sound almost humdrum, but I assure you it's no easy feat. Tracking of this nature is a skill possessed only by the great Herlock Sholmes. I believe you. You're right, it really is extraordinary. Quite so, extraordinary is the word, and let it be the last on the subject. Anyway, needless to say, I subsequently went on to solve the case with various other deductions. Yes, it's the various other deductions that I'm interested in. Ah, well, you shall have to read the book then. I'm sure Iris has penned it in with her usual flourish. Oh, absolutely. I've put an ingenious spin on the great detective's exploits. Must have been very ingenious to make this man sound even remotely credible as a detective. Wait, is that... Does it smell like something's burning again? I've had enough devilment for one day, Mr. Sholmes. Put your puckish spirit to bed. I assure you, this has nothing to do with me or my spirit. What? Oh no, the smoke is getting thicker. You mean it's not a trick this time? There really is a... Fire! Fire! There's a fire, everyone! Ah! Miss Susato, where are you going? Stand aside, Mr. Naruhodo. Easy, Mr. Sholmes, what are you? Smash. Mr. Sholmes, why did you just chuck that bust of Napoleon on the floor? Oh, look at that, in amongst all the broken porcelain. Coins, sovereigns in fact, worth a whole pound each. Come, everyone, we must leave at once. Evacuate the building. You fell for it, Hurley. Hook, line, and sinker. Ah, wait, you mean... Iris. I certainly would have guessed that's where you'd hidden it. Do you mean to say that this smoke was... My own puckish spirit needs to come out and play sometimes too, you know? What? Ah, of course, I know what it is, Iris. It's that indoor herb garden that went on sale last week, isn't it? That's what you're after. I want one so desperately, but I'm £4 short. And even though you told me you didn't have any money to spare before, I knew you had a secret nest egg somewhere in this room. Ah, you've outwitted me again. You really shouldn't let yourself be outwitted by a 10-year-old child, you know. So, thank you for the loan, Hurley. Oh, but wait. What's the matter? Where's Susie? She's disappeared. She went to get my Daruma doll. That's right, she ran off up the stairs before, didn't she? Oh, what are you all still doing here? We have to evacuate. Won't be long before the fire is... We're all saying our dots because we are all about to die at her hand. Ah, Sorry, Susie. Children will get up to mischief once in a while, you know, but it's all perfectly harmless. Harmless, maybe, but oh so devious. Oh well, at least nobody was hurt. Apart from Napoleon and my secret hoard. Now tell us, Mr. Sato, what is it that you went so fleet-footedly to fetch? Sorry? Oh, no, nothing. This is just... No, this is nothing. Susie, that's... Your notebook detailing all Runo's trials, isn't it? It's bulging at the seams. Aw, that's really sweet. Well... a testament to the various people you've helped over the past months. Mr. Sato, Well, I am your judicial assistant, after all. I'll do anything to ensure the safety of these records, even risk my life if necessary. I mean, it's very important to me. It's like a diary of everything we've achieved together. I'm getting all teary-eyed now. Yes, in stark contrast to a certain someone who would have fetched his Darumidal, I must say. Well, he keeps his other most prized possessions on him at all times, his armband and Kazuma's sword. Like... Okay, so there is one more thing that we need to do. Because in my investigations to figure out how to track down the ideas that I missed on Iris's blackboard, I learned something. I learned this. If I just click on it again, it pulls up the list of what I have and haven't seen. So, episode 4 and episode 5. So, we're gonna take a second and try and track down those last couple of blackboards. Try starting from here. It's my blackboard where I note down ideas. Let's see if that did the job. Okay. And then Sam on the blackboard with Iris in episode 5. This is where you note down ideas, isn't it, Iris? Let's see, what does it say today? The Boscombe Valley mystery? I visited Boscombe Valley recently for a picnic, you see, but I forgot to bring the tea. So when Hurley became thirsty, he decided to drink from the Boscombe pool. Gave himself an awful tummy ache. Oh dear. Hurley sat there miserable as can be in that field of flowers after that, just like when you saw him yesterday. That really is an unsavory tale. There we go. Having read every new idea on Iris's blackboard. Alright, that is the pre-case stuff that I wanted to take care of. Now we do still need to keep our eyes open, so this one we're not ready for because we haven't done all of the escapades, but we already know what we need for that. This one will be done when we finish the last trial. And this is presumably something within the trial. But I don't know what, and I haven't looked up the spoilers in hopes that I can just figure it out. Sorry about that. Heck of a hiccup. Alright folks, let's dive in to the trial part 3 of the last case of the game. So, witness, please state your name and occupation for the court.
Eugene Mikotoba, lecturer in forensic medicine at the Imperial Yumei University in Tokyo, Japan. And Professor Mikotoba, the young lady beside you is... this is Dr. Mariah Gorey, Scotland Yard's practicing coroner, the daughter of Dr. Scythe, I understand. Yes, Dr. Scythe. I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just appeared.
You summoned this strange Japanese man as a witness to the autopsy. To that autopsy. But you don't summon Mama. That makes no sense. She was there too.
It's about the size of it. I've had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly, whilst I was in the antechamber too. Poor man. The idea of it's making me shudder. The revelations about Dr. Scythe that came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. The Ministry of Justice's decision on that is final.
Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we? Ministry of Justice? Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think.
I remember you, Dr. Mikotoba. But I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances. Yes, it's been a long while, Lord Strongheart.
The prosecution understands that you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago.
That's right, I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinners.
So you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure.
Mama is far more skilled than any Japanese man.
Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion. And this autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe? Yes, I noted all the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read through the document and signed it.
Oh, Mama, a secondary assistant, she would have had such a good view of all the ends. So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson?
Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Van Zeek's autopsy would never have happened. He was absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. So Lord Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. It was a result of that autopsy that a mass murderer was apprehended and justice done.
But Gregson admitted it before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. Kazuma, you are the prosecutor. Your testimony is not admissible. That's why we've got Mikotoba, the deadbeat dad, here. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on.
Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here.
And that's why I'm here too.
Very well then. You will give your formal testimony now, witness. But before you begin, a word of warning.
Oh?
You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time.
I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord.
The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that.
The Autopsy of Clint Van Zeeks.
From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange.
There were no other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach.
Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant.
What piece of evidence? Why are we dancing around this so hard? No indication? Nothing to suggest fabrication? Professor Mikotoba, are you certain about that?
Well, nothing that I could positively identify as such, much less swear to in testimony. Oh, that clears things up nicely. The only fabrication here, Asogi, has come from you.
What?
You claim the inspector confessed just before his death, but that is the fabrication.
No, he freely acknowledged it. I swear he did.
Freely, with the tip of a sword at his throat, the man was clearly at his wit's end. The court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Van Zeek's death. And with this testimony we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter.
Well, welcome to the stream, B and Britta. Sorry, B, I didn't see you come in, but welcome.
If I may, my lord. There was most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel. I beg your pardon. Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All 4 of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats.
And Happy New Year, Brittle. Oh, such horrifying crimes.
But curiously, the last victim, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, suffered a different fate.
Yes, you're right. He was stabbed through the heart with a sword.
That's enough. I believe I warned you about this witness. I promised to curtail your testimony as soon as it entered the realms of supposition or speculation.
Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during cross-examination.
What?
I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony. And I fully intend to exercise that right. Ryunosuke. I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law. As I'm sure every member of the judiciary here present in the gallery would agree.
Very well, you may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution.
Yes, my lord. And by proceed with caution, I mean I will save before starting. So there's at least one thing that I know for a fact is going to come up at some point during this process. It's this note on the last page. No internal trauma noted anywhere in the body. Presumably, something in him will be, presumably whatever was in his stomach will seem to be something that would cause internal trauma.
Hold it!
From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated.
You couldn't say?
No, sadly not.
Then you couldn't say there was any... Cosmo, that's not helpful. You couldn't say there wasn't any indication either, could you?
No, true, I couldn't. I was at Dr. Wilson's side when he performed the procedure, recording what he did. But at times, of course, he instructed me to fetch implements and such like. Whilst I was away from the operating table, obviously I could have missed something. And at those times, what was the secondary assistant doing?
Following this Japanese man's orders to adjust the lighting or pass him implements. But that doesn't mean Mama wasn't a vital part of the team.
Quite, yes, so would you kindly refrain from staring at my cheek like that?
Professor Mikotoba, think, was there nothing at all that seemed out of place to you?
Well, yes, there was, as a matter of fact. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange.
Hold it!
In all of the previous 4 killings attributed to the professor, the victims were killed by an enormous dog, I believe. Their throats were, well, mauled.
Correct, and yet Lord Van Zeeks was stabbed.
Do you mean to say you think Lord Clint Van Zeeks may not in fact have been one of the professor's victims?
There is no basis on which to doubt the findings of the investigations carried out at the time.
But
Genshin Asogi confessed to all of his crimes upon arrest. He admitted to having taken the lives of all 5 members of the aristocracy.
yet the beast that was used to carry out the killings was never identified. No evidence was found to suggest that Genshin had ever kept a dog. A true hound of hell. There were no other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all.
Hold it!
But, you weren't actually present at the autopsy yourself, were you, Dr. Gory? Does that matter? A bit, yes. I just wonder how useful your testimony can be in that case, really. I mean, it would be different if your mother, Dr. Scythe, were in the stand, but... I've read all the paperwork about the case, and Mum's told me the story countless times. The statement I just made is exactly what's written in the autopsy report.
I did confirm that myself at the time, it's true. Besides the stab wound, there were no other signs of internal trauma.
I see. Mama told me all about it. Oh? She said there was nothing of note internally. But they did find an amazing piece of evidence, something unbelievable.
Unbelievable? What do you mean?
Come on, Dr. Gory, what was it? It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach. What exactly was it, though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean? Well, it was sparkly and round with a hole, as if it might slip over a finger, perhaps.
It was a ring belonging to Genshin Asogi.
My father's ring? Was inside the victim's stomach?
At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the digitus quartus of his left hand, the fourth or ring finger. I'd understood it was some sort of keepsake.
My father left Japan for London 16 years ago. I was 8 years old. But I remember that ring. You do? My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them.
Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in the stores at Scotland Yard to this day.
After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring.
It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled off. They arrested the man then and there, right before my eyes.
How could they? How couldn't they? Kazuma. I brought the ring along with me today. Thank you, Dr. Gory. What? Here it is, a bit dusty from years in the stores.
Good gracious, yes, that's it. I haven't seen that in 10 long years.
And that was found inside the victim's stomach?
Yes, I'm afraid so.
You hesitated there, Professor Mikotoba. Should we read something into that?
Well, it's just that thinking back now. I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body.
Oh my, really?
At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see. Dr. Gory, the removal of this historic evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not?
However it came to be here, the court cannot deny that this is crucial evidence for today's proceedings.
Very well, you may submit it.
Mr. Asogi's ring. A ring belonging to Genshin Asogi, found in Lord Clint Van Zeek's stomach during the autopsy. The claw clasping the gem looks sharp enough to cause a very nasty scratch. I wonder if that ring was in that flashback from Lord Van Zeek's earlier in the last case, when he told about how Papa Asogi once saved his life. It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. They almost look like claws protecting that jewel. You must examine it very carefully, Mr. Naruhodo. Very carefully indeed. Okay, we're gonna drop a save real quick. These fat claws are doing a good job of protecting the equally fat gemstone in the middle of the ring. Yes, if you were clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I should think. Ow! Now my finger's bleeding. The claws really are sharp. Oh my, that was very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruhodo, even for you. It would make such a dangerous ring. You couldn't swallow it without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely. A sticky mochi bun of about that size would go down much better with some red bean paste in the middle. Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow. Is that really all there is to say about the ring? I think it is. Which isn't that surprising. I imagine that if there were marks on the ring or something, they would have been found years ago. And that was the decisive piece of evidence. Oh, wait. Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant. And that was the decisive piece of evidence that led to Genshin Asogi's arrest? Correct.
After further investigations by Scotland Yard, the man admitted to his crimes.
It's a lie. My father was no killer. Baroque Van Zeeks, it was you. You twisted the truth to suit your purposes. Your hatred of me doesn't change the facts that were established 10 years ago. My brother Clint had closed in on the professor. In the end, he exposed the man and put a stop to his lethal rampage. In the way only a man of my brother's caliber could. That's everything, is it? Poor father, he looks so troubled. Perhaps because 10 years ago something happened that's been weighing on his mind. Well, I couldn't say were his words. That phrasing was very deliberate, I'm sure. I wonder if he's had his suspicions all these years. If that's the case, we need to use this cross-examination to prove what really happened, and remove any trace of doubt. We could establish that Kazuma-sama's claim of fabricated evidence was true. We can't shy away from this now, even if what we might uncover could lead to total calamity. Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo, I'll be right beside you, whatever may happen. Alright, well, let's present the obvious contradiction.
Objection!
The court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach, but you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikotoba?
That's right, as I said in my testimony before. At that moment, I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested.
In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring in fact really came from the victim's stomach or not.
What are you suggesting, counsel?
That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It is entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy. What are you saying? That Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Asogi. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach.
Objection!
supposition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim? This evidence, right here. That's the autopsy report.
It's explicit in that report, Counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally, so I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point.
That is the proof of my point, Your Honor. You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all.
What?
To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. In addition to its size, there are sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with. My brother was a determined man, and on the brink of death even more so, I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that the evil killer was brought to justice. But if he really had swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained as internal trauma. No.
And there you have arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago.
Why didn't you say something at the time?
I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day.
Look at this. Look at this. Now this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say?
But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson?
What's that now, Mikotoba?
Well, if he swallowed a ring of that size with those sharp metal claws that it has, surely you'd expect to see damage to the throat and esophagus, torn mucous membranes at the very least.
Dr. Mikotoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you.
I'm terribly sorry. I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would be seen.
Now, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down. So I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father.
I'm disappointed, Counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation.
What?
Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. There is no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion. Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified even in living subjects.
Using a device called an endoscope, recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay.
I don't think so, and Dr. Gorey, rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished.
You're saying that to the person who's carrying a scalpel and a cleaver. Are cleavers used in autopsies? We open up the dead to find the truth.
I beg your pardon.
Then beg. But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up with all her secrets inside. That's wrong.
Dr. Gorey,
it's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama. Yes, the ring. What about the ring? I've just remembered something. An earlier incident. What incident? The one I recounted to you before, about the memory I have. Of Genshin Asogi saving my life. What? My father saved your life? It was 10 years ago, on a foggy night. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at the late hour. All of a sudden...
Don't make a peep, you're coming with us.
all of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring. Ah, are you saying... I've always believed those thugs were after me. But now I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all. Wait, but... Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack. And in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found. You mean the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what those thugs were after that night? You couldn't have remembered this at the time? Kazuma, you need to get yourself under control, or you are not going to see any sort of good outcome of this case. I'm gonna go toss my rice bag back in the microwave for a minute. You pathetic coward. You expect me to believe that you weren't involved? What do you mean by that? It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring. You set the whole thing up so you could paint him as a mass murderer and have him arrested. Kazuma, open your eyes. Ryunosuke? You must know deep down. The truth can be completely obscured even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you were so insistent I should be present in this trial? To see you like this?
Well, this is an amusing spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face, as if you were Lady Justice herself. It seems you've thoroughly convicted yourself of this alleged fabrication, convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results. So much so that you're apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that would be born of it. What? Though it's extremely hard to believe, let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Asogi not have disputed the findings in his trial?
Oh.
In the closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zeeks?
This is where these are going to come in, so I should revisit them. I, Genshin Asogi, hereby request that upon my death, any and all material possessions and wealth belonging to me in London be delivered to my son Kazuma Asogi in the Empire of Japan. It is with deep sadness that I accept my fate in this foreign land, in the knowledge that I will never see my homeland or family again, but I regret nothing about my chosen path. Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate. But then... Oh my, that is very strange. If Mr. Asogi did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then that would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence.
An obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asogi. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Genshin Asogi's silence at this hearing can mean only one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago.
Okay, so it's time to pull on the ears, I think. If that autopsy was all above board, there will be nothing towards Strongheart bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion.
Objection!
Thank you, Ryunosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely. Kazuma?
What's this latest absurdity, Counsel?
My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound, but for one giant hole.
I beg your pardon.
You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence. There's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence.
Objection!
Silence that would lead to him being convicted and sent to his death. If the autopsy results were an invention, there's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested.
Objection!
Oh, those results were an invention, alright. There's no question of that. Or are you forgetting that two people with a connection to the autopsy have been assassinated? If I force grievances I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these past 10 years. Me. Kazuma-sama has created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. If we can only show there was a reason for his father's silence in the trial. The reason why the man would have said nothing even though he was innocent. Could it have been part of some negotiation, perhaps?
Enough rhetoric. The court must be shown evidence. What proof do you have that could possibly explain Asogi's silence in court?
Okay, so I'm gonna save real quick, because I want to present Karma either way. Again, I'm just presenting this kind of at every opportunity. Just to be sure, just to try and give myself a chance to, stumble across that one achievement.
Take that!
This is the defense's answer to that question.
As I indicated before, my patience for rhetoric has grown thin.
Now for what I think the real answer is. And that is these Asogi papers.
Take that!
Really? Well, it was clearly because of the Red-Headed League. As weird as it is, this could be it. I don't know exactly what the logic would be, but I feel like it could have been as a way to spare Lord Van Zieks. Okay, I'm going to do something wrong real quick. Actually,
Take that! Take that!
we can only show a reason. There was a reason for his father's silence during the trial. superficial external wounds indicative of a duel. Wait. Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers of the right hand, but no documenting corresponding ink was found. That could be relevant. The trouble is, so we can narrow this down pretty quick, honestly. We can eliminate literally anything that didn't exist all the way back then. Which I think means we have to turn back to the autopsy report at this point. It's the only thing on this page that applies is Gregson's photograph. Alright, I think it's gotta be the autopsy report. I think it's gotta be something to do with the other marks on Clint.
Take that!
I want to make sure I'm not missing something. I'm probably missing something extremely obvious.
Take that!
I have one more idea.
Take that!
I was thinking maybe it was going to be... Oh, wait. Hang on. I might be dumb. You all right, Mr. Naruhodo? Okay. So it's not that. What if it was just the fact that he knew that he was going to not be killed?
Take that!
Oh. Okay then. It really was that simple. I just missed the thing on page 1 of the court record that was as old as this case. I discounted it. That's my bad. It's true that Genshin Asogi's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction. By the way, part of the reason that I discounted that was that I think I was subconsciously feeling like, oh, Mr. Vigil lost his job the other day, because that's when we found out about it. But no, that's just me going crazy. It's true that Genshin Asogi's silence in his trial resulted in his conviction. But that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape. An escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death. Though I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way, the defense is correct. A fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly, such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary. I have here the dismissal of the the dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working in the prison at the time. Indications are that the jailbreak plot was conceived prior to the convict's incarceration. It's believed that the convict engaged in some form of negotiation with prison staff in order to secure assistance. Full disclosure of information regarding those negotiations will be demanded. The notes read, there are indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Asogi and the British government. In exchange for his silence in court, he was given an assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Yes, with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept very quiet. I would go further than that, in fact. I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Asogi can be explained in no other way.
Order, order. First fabricated evidence and now a jailbreak conspiracy.
Well, we know for a fact that there was a jailbreak conspiracy. Of course, because it's all intimately linked. The prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand.
Witnesses?
People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago. Governor Kaiden and the poor chief warder of the prison.
I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce to summon the governor of the prison after all these years. Oh, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord. What?
Father.
My dear friend may appear a little rattle-pated at times, but I can assure you he is extremely thorough. He wired both Barclay and the local prison earlier, asking Governor Kaiden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency.
Mr. Sholmes did that?
Are you telling me that... Both men are, unless I'm much mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment.
So Mr. Sholmes is hard at work pulling in all of the witnesses we might need for this case. My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared at its outset. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings.
Very well, bring in the witnesses. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all.
Would the new witnesses state their names and occupations for the court, please? Aye, Barry Kiden, Governor of Barclay Prison. Everyone calls me Gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits to passers-by, Everyone calls me Gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits to passers-by, Your other persona, if you don't mind. Oh, I do beg your pardon, of course. My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Barclay Prison. The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago.
Look, the professor, we've already been through all this before, a decade ago. And the conclusion was that there wasn't anything untoward that happened. And the conclusion was that there wasn't anything untoward happened. A convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you'd call nothing untoward. Ah, well. The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed, and he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of the influence inside the prison. Governor Kiden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Asogi out of your prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment. Gods, hold on. Gods, hold on there, laddie. All I did was witness Governor Kiden. Hey, sir. You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country, a great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated, therefore, think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Asogi, if you threaten the witness again, you will be held in contempt of court. My apologies, my lord. There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in some way. So you will testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place. Very well, let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Asogi out of Barclay 10 years ago. It was the day that Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned the convict to the chief warder vigil here and put the plan into action behind the scenes. I was responsible for Asogi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot. I didn't ken if there were some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire.
A directive from the prosecutor's office. Are you saying that was the jailbreak plot? Aye, that's right. Who sent it? Who authorized that plan? I didn't ken that. You're saying you don't know? Listen, there wasn't a thing about the professor case that wasn't unusual in some way. I didn't ask any questions, I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I couldn't tell you. I see. But if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Asogi and that office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Asogi admitting to crimes he didn't commit.
That, Counsel, is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense.
Oh, yes, my lord?
I failed to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to a cross-examination?
Of course, my lord. I have absolutely no intention of squandering in a single opportunity, my lord.
It seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Very well, proceed, Counsel.
Jailbreak plot. It was the day that Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I should save before I start pressing.
Hold it!
You say you don't know who actually issued the directive.
Aye, that's right. All I can be sure of is that it was official.
But if it was from the prosecutor's office, that narrows down who could have issued it straight away. And it wasn't me. I cannot even say with certainty that it did originate from the prosecutor's office. What? There's no telling where it started. There's a fair chance it came from higher up the ladder. Basically, I cannot give you any indication of who was behind it. You can't be serious. All you can say for sure is that the order must have come from somebody in authority, I suppose. The likes of us on the ground, as it were, didn't bother with idle speculation. We just get the job done.
Hold it!
I just want to do this.
Excuse me!
Lord Van Zieks. Let me guess, is there something about the witness's last statement that troubles me? Is that what you wish to ask? Yes, exactly. You're very perceptive. Whereas you would appear not to be. Huh? You really need to learn how to read your fellow man, my Nipponese friend. Read them or reap them? I just wanted to see if maybe that was how I got the achievement. I assigned the convict to the chief warder vigil here and put the plan into action behind the scenes. So, Mr. Vigil, you didn't know anything about it at all? That's right, my only role in the scheme was as a scapegoat. That's right, isn't it, Governor? Some poor beggar had to take the rap for it. Alright then, who else did know about the plan? I have no the first idea, laddie. My part in the whole business was basically just dealing with the aftermath. But I wouldn't be surprised if there were other folks in the prison service who'd been given similar orders. So you don't know who else was involved? Aye, that's right. And all I can tell you is that the night it actually happened, the person that reigns was Dr. Stevens. Dr. Courtney Stevens, or Dr. Scythe as she's known now. Why did I have to get caught up in such a terrible business? I was responsible for Asogi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot.
Hold it!
Did you not notice anything unusual happening in the lead-up to that night? Oh, everything was unusual, exception after exception. After all, it was the Professor. The man had terrorized the country as never before with his crimes. In order to hide his identity, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his head. Hideous treatment. The fellow was surprisingly docile for someone who'd taken the lives of 5 of the country's nobles. Being the chief warder, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I can still hardly believe that I was duped by my own country. I believe you jumped from the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you? Gosh, Vigil, I cannot apologize enough. No, Governor, I don't believe you can. It won't change what's happened. Savage, but not untrue. What else can you tell us about the situation, Governor Kaiden? I didn't ken if there were some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office.
Hold it!
We've already acknowledged that orders came from the prosecutor's office to arrange for the man's escape. There must have been some sort of negotiation. It's the only explanation. Aye, well, be that as it may, I didn't ken anything about that. A witness stand is no place for telling what you don't know for sure. I can that much, I do. I presume you also know this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense. So you're just following orders, is that it? I'm afraid that won't absolve you of guilt. The man was still killed illegally, even if he was a condemned criminal. He may very well be found complicit in a murder, Governor. So that's what's to be, is it? What it's to be, is it? Even with the threat of conviction, you won't break your silence. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire. I think at some point we're going to have to present the Asogi Papers in this.
Hold it!
Did you carry out the plan in its entirety? Aye, I did everything I could at the time. As you know, Genshin Asogi was shot dead in Lowgate Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan too? My instructions were to do with getting the joke out of the jail and nothing more. I cannot tell you anything about that, what happened after that, only personally I believe his death was the last part of the plan.
Excuse me!
Mr. Vigil, is something wrong? Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir? He's saluting now? What is it, some sort of Barclay convention? What Governor Kaiden was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors in the name of my country. Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. But you see, thinking back on it now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Asogi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan. What makes you think that? Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit to crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak only to kill him in the end, that's treachery of the worst kind, but the point is, if the intention was always to betray him, they would have just hung him like they said they would. Why would there be any need for all the chicaneries of an escape? Ah. Yes, that's quite true. If whoever negotiated with Asogi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler to just let the man be executed in prison, as dictated by his sentence. It all happened in that vast chamber of secrets that is Barclay, behind the high prison walls. Suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly. Truth be told, there is a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me. If you believe there was some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak between the Asogi and the body at the top, it doesn't quite add up, does it? Governor Kaiden, I must insist that you explain these doubts you have by amending your formal testimony. Gods, aye. Go on then. It seems to me that the Japanese fella didn't have nothing to bargain with. But we know that he had one last weapon.
Hold it!
Admitting to crimes, that was what he had to bargain with, surely. I kinda see that myself. After all, did the prosecution have no conclusive evidence against the Carly, eh? This, you mean, discovered during the final victim's autopsy. There's every possibility this conclusive evidence was fabricated by Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office.
Objection!
Possibilities are all very well, but nothing has been proven. You can holler about misconduct in the trial 10 years ago all you like. But if you can't establish that it happened with hard evidence, no one's going to listen. Aye, that's right. So what I'm saying is, the convict had nothing he could use for any kind of bargaining at all.
The witness makes an astute point. Logically, it would seem no negotiation could have taken place.
No, he had one last thing. And yet the plan to break the man out of prison was definitely put into practice. So he must have been armed with something that gave him an angle to negotiate. So Asogi-san agreed to confess to the crimes because he was assured he'd be broken out of prison later. I really don't think that Kazuma-sama's father would have engaged in such negotiations. Perhaps something compelled him to agree? What a terrible thing, using the law to legitimize such underhanded dealings with a desperate man. Only to double-cross him in the end. It's quite the opposite of justice. I can't help feeling there's something about this apparent negotiation that doesn't quite add up. Something doesn't quite add up, Mr. Naruhodo? No, it doesn't, but I can't quite put my finger on what yet. Well, in that case, we must keep digging until we identify the problem.
Objection!
Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison. Genshin Asogi was taking an incredibly risky gamble. Very true. There was nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. Which means that Mr. Asogi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon. Evers, the fella couldn't have possibly have had anything like that. But you know that he did, Governor. The Asogi Papers, the name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. Ah. Turns out that Mr. Asogi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day. You squealed, did you, you were rat? Did I not tell you to keep that a secret? You can't touch me. You can't touch me now. Yeah. When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict cell, Mr. Asogi pleaded with the warden. Alright then, but what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A weapon? And after the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Well, yes, all the prison warders searched thoroughly the belongings in his cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found. As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Asogi Papers. Governor Kaiden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you? Eh? Would I be right in saying that you knew? You knew that the so-called Asogi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow? James, what the blazes are you blethering about? The will was found right and proper, in the fella's cell where I said it would be. But how can that be? Where in his cell? We all searched the place from top to bottom. Well, you did not do a proper job, eh? You pili-wally galoot. You pili-wally galoot. You can't criticize me now. I showed it to you afore, did I know, young lawyer? Yes, you did. I have the document here. It's written in Japanese and reads the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi.
Which means everything is as it should be.
Not entirely, though. If it's written in Japanese, it should be the last will and testament of Asogi Genshin. Which is something that I'm surprised they haven't shown more in the game. Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here. What inconsistency? Mr. Asogi described the document as the only weapon he had left, and yet, this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage. What are you suggesting, my learned friend? That the last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years is actually a fake. As has clearly been demonstrated already, what went on at Barclay Prison was far from above board.
That last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system, as he stated what has already been admitted by the witnesses, that someone was being broken out of prison in Barclay by the prison staff, in clear contradiction of the law. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former Chief Warder's word. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least sorely mistaken.
What? No, I definitely heard him say that, I swear. Clearly we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Asogi papers.
A waste of time. If the will was fake, where is the real document?
Objection!
Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything, very nearly his own life. And now you're going to do it again. You're going to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself? It's clear that Barclay Prison is hiding something. It's clear that the jailbreak was masterminded by somebody in the prosecutor's office. It's clear that some illicit negotiations took place. Is your lordship just going to gloss over these obvious and reprehensible facts?
What did you say?
We should hear more from the Chief Warder. Have him testify again. The trial must go on. The man's voice must be heard.
It would seem that a vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well then, let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw of the convict's last will and testament.
Yes, sir, my lord. I gotta put this thing back in the microwave for longer. Last time it didn't really take. I don't know what I did to mess up my ribs like this. It's something back here, and I can't seem to find... Okay, I've found the exact spot, but it's not like there's a muscle there or any major nerves. I haven't whacked it on anything. As the warder responsible for condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Asogi and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. We turned the cell inside out, looking for it after the execution, but to no avail. I only found out about the Asogi papers when the directive came telling me to impound them. The document was in the folds of the fellow's robe that was left in his cell. A kimono, I think it's called. In his kimono? That's a lie. We searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all his clothes. It can't be true. Were you not satisfied with calling me a liar once, eh, you wee waffinger? I'm very sorry for the number of random pauses that we've had during this. If my ribs weren't bugging me, this would be going much smoother. There's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. Other than the hold you like to take of my cravat, of course. Is that what you're going to do, is it? How is he doing that? Are you going to give me a good shake again? Or are you too scared? Ah! I love how they just use the animation without having Governor Kaiden's animation activate. Little and large, what a double act.
We complied with Asogi's will as far as was possible. All of his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan.
Except the evidence, of course.
As a courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer our country has ever seen.
And we were much obliged. I can confirm that all of my father's belongings arrived safely.
Aye, and you cannot deny the handwriting is that of your old man, eh?
Yes, there's no mistaking that it's my father's brushwork. Really?
And this last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it? I think we can safely assume that the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please.
Yes, my lord. Yosogi Papers. As the warder responsible for condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Sogi and kept watch over his cell.
Hold it!
So would that mean that you conversed with Mr. Sogi? Yes, certainly, though there was precious little time before his execution was due. He was remarkably calm considering his days were very much numbered. In all honesty, he really didn't strike one as a man capable of marching up. Yet he confessed in full to the crimes. I know, that's why I felt compelled to ask him one day. I can still recall his reply. I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes. He was so tranquil and intelligent, it put me in mind of an Eastern holy man. What about the will you saw him with? What can you tell us about that? It was the beginning of all the drama. I remember it very well, yes. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell.
Hold it!
And he pleaded with you not to report him, didn't he? Yes, that's right.
And like the Vampire Yar, you didn't tell me a blatant breach of trust that was.
I could see that the man had a noble spirit. I found myself wanting to treat him accordingly. But according to what you told us 2 days ago, the convict had been strictly forbidden from having any writing materials whatsoever. Yes, you're quite right. Oh, so when exactly was the will penned?
That was before the man was remanded into Barclay, obviously. Yes, at the prosecutor's office under supervision of the relevant authorities. I personally instructed Asogi to make a will for the benefit of his family in his homeland.
In that case, why was it found in his cell?
What do you mean by that?
Well, if it was penned at the prosecutor's office, you would have expected that it would remain there for safekeeping, surely?
Ah,
it's curious. There doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it was subsequently found in the convict's cell.
oh, well.
The defense makes an astute point. Well, Governor?
A prison governor cannot be expected to ken the inner workings of the prosecutor's office.
In that case, Lord Strongheart, perhaps you can shed some light on the matter.
I'm unable to offer an explanation here and now. I would have to consult with the notary responsible for the will at the time.
The fact that my father's will was discovered in his cell is clearly inconsistent with what was expected. I want to know why. Another inexplicable mystery, then. Well, the thing is, about that will... We turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail.
Hold it!
It was the governor who ordered the search of the will, as I understand it. Search for the will, as I understand it. Is that right? Yes, and when I reported back that we couldn't find it, he grabbed me by the cravat and yelled, "It can't have disappeared completely," in my face.
Aye, well, it's down to the governor to keep everybody working as hard as they should.
I think the governor needs a wee taste of his own medicine, Mr. Naruhodo. By all means, Miss Susato. The point is, it was clearly considered a very important document, wasn't it? But it proved impossible to find. That's right. And before I knew it, it was in the morning paper. That blood-curdling article. The executed mass murderer who'd risen from the dead. You mean... the article based on Mr. Drebber's experience in Lowgate Cemetery? Yes, that was it. The day after I read that news, I was summoned to the governor's office. And that's when the awful accusation was made. That you'd aided Genshin Asogi to escape from the prison, resulting in your immediate dismissal. I'm afraid I really don't remember anything after that.
As the governor of the prison, I had no choice. I couldn't have done anything else. I only found out about the Asogi papers when the directive came telling me to impound them.
Hold it!
And that directive came from the same source as the one instructing you about the jailbreak?
Aye, from the top levels of the prosecutor's office.
What name was on it?
I didn't ken afore and I didn't ken now. All I can tell you is that my orders were to do everything in my power to find that document. The directive said it had to be somewhere inside the fellow's cell.
Document. Is that the wording? Document, not will?
Aye, that's what it said.
Am I clutching at straws here? I just wonder if it was really Genshin Asogi's last will and testament that the sender of that directive was after. Continue with your testimony then, witness.
The document was in the folds of the fellow's robe that was left in his cell. A kimono, I think it's called.
Hold it!
Mr. Asogi's kimono.
Aye, the one he brought with him when he was locked up.
Yes, he was permitted to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration, I understand.
That's right, he was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution.
Indeed, he had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, that kimono, his sword. His sword? Karuma, the famous sword of the Asogi clan. It bears the soul of my family. I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. Forget it being the soul of the clan. Could the man have had a more obvious weapon? Have some respect, Ryunosuke. Respectful silence?
The warders carry firearms at all times and the inmates have shackles around their ankles. They couldn't have hurt anybody with that thing.
Still, he was allowed to work a sword but no writing materials?
Aye. He wrote that will before he came to stay with us at Barclay, you see. Dr. Mikotoba was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office.
Suzori inkstone, black sumi ink, and some Hanshi rice paper, no doubt. I was present when you wrote it, but I'm sorry to say the letters just looked like a squirming mass of jet black earthworms to me.
Excuse me.
Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil? Mr. Vigil. Sir, it was Scarlet, sir. What? Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that. Less swaying and more explaining would be helpful. Something about the testimony we just heard. Is it something about the testimony we just heard? If you recalled something of importance. Something of importance? Possibly or possibly not. I'm unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid. My lord, the defense asked that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony with this possibly or possibly not important detail.
Permission granted.
Go ahead, Mr. Vigil. Yes, it was Scarlet. As I remember it, the document was written in scarlet ink, but perhaps I'm mistaken.
Hold it!
Scarlet, you say? Well, yes, I mean, I only caught sight of it for a brief moment, of course. But even by the dim light in the cell, I remember thinking that it was an unusual color. At the very least, I'm quite sure it wasn't black.
Witness, is that really what you saw?
Ah, what? Sir? Something wrong, Lord Strongheart.
I apologize. Continue.
What do you make of that, Mr. Naruhodo? Lord Strongheart to be so visibly shaken in that way.
Us, didn't I ever? You can plainly see the writing there, and it's as black as the Earl L's waistcoat.
Well, yes, you're right. Mr. Vigil, I'd like to confirm one point with you. Do you actually see the content of the document that Mr. Asogi was holding that night? Oh, well, no. I mean, there was no time. As soon as he noticed me there, he hid it behind his back. But it was definitely a will, was it? Yes, it was. That's what Mr. Asogi told me.
The court need waste no further time on this matter. We have the will in question in our possession. There's nothing more to add.
He probably had to write in his own blood. A will written in scarlet ink. What did Mr. Vigil really see Cosmo's father holding, I wonder? You have an inkling, Mr. Naruhodo. You must present it to the court at once. That testimony doesn't give much away. So this will really was penned by Kazuma-sama's father? I wonder what he could possibly have meant when he described it as a weapon. It's starting to sound very much like Mr. Asogi actually had nothing. The plan to break him out of jail went ahead, which means he must have had some bargaining power. He must have been hiding something. It's the only explanation that makes sense. It's starting to sound like Mr. Asogi might have had something. Which is it, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm not sure, but I feel as though I'm on the brink of understanding all this. Let's listen to all the information again and see what more we can learn. We can't overlook even the smallest detail. Absolutely. So, the trouble is knowing what exactly to present, but there's something that I want to check first. None of the documents that we've seen so far normally have scarlet ink, do they? No, absolutely none of them. So, here's the thing. There's an obvious parallel happening here. The fact that scarlet ink stains were found on Clint when he was killed, but no document and corresponding ink was found. But we could also be expected to present the papers. I'm gonna try presenting the papers, and then if that doesn't work, I'll present the other thing.
Objection!
Okay, so we are just going to jump straight to the point.
Objection!
Scarlet-colored writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil. I believe that's exactly what you did see. What? Errors again? You have no evidence to say that? Have a look at this report. That's my brother's autopsy report. Yes, and there's something in here that's bothered me since I first read it. It states that scarlet-colored ink stains were noticed on the fingers of the victim's right hand. Yes, so it does. Scarlet ink. Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, I freely admit. But I would hazard a guess that they don't all go around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they? Your wit is not appreciated. My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately.
What is your point, Counsel?
My point is this, whatever Lord Clint Van Zieks was writing in that unusually colored ink, it must have been directly before his death, because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand.
What?
I remember something troubled me at the time. At the seams, the lid of my brother's ink valve was open. But Clint was punctilious about such things. It seemed unusual. And no document penned in the color of ink that was in the ink valve was ever found. So the document had disappeared. Are you suggesting that the document my father had in his hand that night in his cell was the same document that Lord Clint Van Zieks was writing moments before his death? Then it was... If Mr. Vigil's last testimony is to be believed, it can only mean that, yes. Mr. Vigil. Sir. When you spotted Mr. Asogi with the document in his cell, was it written in English or Japanese? His precise words were as follows, were they not? Alright then, but what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A last will and testament. Ugh. If the conversation that really did go as Mr. Vigil says, then what we now know completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Asogi said. You really think... Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with a will, but it wasn't that of Genshin Asogi. It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks. No. What?
Objection!
This is madness. My brother's last will and testament. That would mean that he had chosen to die. That is what it would mean, yes. No, impossible. That is utterly out of the question. Lord Van Zieks. Clint was pursuing the professor. It consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he would never have abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never. He wouldn't rest until the job was done, until the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death, it's obscene.
Objection!
And yet, we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death. And that Genshin Asogi came to be in possession of that document. So what could the will possibly have contained? Clearly something that couldn't be made public under any circumstances whatsoever. Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It was something so damning that it prompted the powers that be to enact that daring jailbreak plot. Yes, there can be no question that the will contained information of the utmost secrecy. Information of the utmost secrecy. No, it couldn't be.
I've heard more than enough. Pursuing this notion of a phantom will nobody can attest to having seen serves absolutely no purpose.
One person is attesting to having seen it, Your Honor.
Objection!
No, my lord. That's unacceptable.
What did you say, counsel?
The last will and testament that Genshin Asogi had in his possession was that of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. All the testimony and evidence presented to the court has logically led us to that as a possibility. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion.
But with no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there is no line of reasoning to pursue.
Reason why Lord Clint Van Zeeks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts is the unthinkable truth that turns everything on its head. But it's just too hideous. Mr. Naruhodo, however difficult the situation might become, you work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken. Miss Susato, so hold your head up high and keep soldiering on. Yes, you're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Van Zeeks left behind a will. A will that Genshin Asogi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details of the will were related to the Professor case.
The defense's last statement is mere conjecture.
What are you getting at, man? Ryunosuke. As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. I believe that the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks was in fact a report, an accusation, or a confession. It's gotta be an accusation. Obviously, it must have been an accusation. An accusation? Yes, revealing the true identity of the professor.
Which would explain why Asogi took it, since it was he who was implicated by the document.
Oh. Okay, so it was a confession.
Objection!
No, in that case, the will wouldn't have given Mr. Asogi any bargaining power at all.
Then you're suggesting the accusation was against some other person.
Objection!
No. If that were the case, then the two men would surely have collaborated to pursue the culprit together. Okay, so it was a confession.
Then your whole argument falls down.
Okay. So it was a confession. You can do this, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe that what Lord Clint Van Zeeks actually penned that day was a confession. A confession? Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor and his true identity.
Objection!
Enough, Counsel. What are you saying? Do you even realize? A confession about the true identity of the Professor. That would mean... Lord Van Zeeks, I appreciate this must be hard to take in. But it's the only explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor. The man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy. Wasn't Genshin Asogi at all. No, you can't be suggesting. It was in fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint Van Zeeks himself.
It's finally open, is it? Pandora's box?
Great Van Zeeks family, they've been thoroughbreds of the British judiciary for years. Lord Clint Van Zeeks, he was a paragon of justice in the capital. He was actually a mass murderer, perpetuator of atrocities of the vilest nature. If the general public ever found out, law and order would be something or other. Law and order in this country would be finished. My brother. Oh, this is too awful. Poor Lord Van Zeeks. I wondered, though, did he never suspect? Mr. Naruhodo? Lord Baroque Van Zeeks is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was?
Order, order, order in the court.
Lord Van Zeeks. The professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog? Yes, he did. Balmung. He was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant. I don't believe this. When my brother would go hunting in the forest of the grounds behind the house, he always took Balmung. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if he were following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck. A jewel-studded collar? And that's the last piece of evidence. We saw that. That's right, though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night. A jewel-studded collar, stolen by a thief. It It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London.
How could you?
There was an old emblem attached to the collar too, made of pure gold. It was topped with a small crown and bore an ornate capital letter B.
What? An emblem bearing the initial B?
Oh my, you know? It's the insignia of the Baskerville family. What? The Baskerville? Why is that name coming up now? Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. That pure gold emblem was an heirloom, which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt that the color you've described was Balmung's. Family insignia of Lord Clint Van Zeek's widow? There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from its quarry, of course. But it could equally have been from human prey. So is it true then? Clint Van Zeek really was the professor? Impossible. These Japanese are making it all up to exonerate their own. So in fact, the person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was a noble himself. And that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society. My father knew that and was using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him. But at the very last hour, those he bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil. Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart?
10 years have passed. And still now, the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy believing that justice was done. That though his anonymity remains, the diabolical murderer was caught and executed. Very well, then, you may have the truth.
There's still another act to this yet.
Tell me, then. Tell me what Clint really was. Lord Clint Van Zeeks was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish oneself.
Clint.
The 19th century was a truly miraculous 100 years for Great Britain and indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. But these dazzling new developments meant even deeper shadows were cast on society. Water sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes, and crime growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint Van Zeeks made it his mission to combat the darkness. But as time went on, it slowly ate at his soul until eventually he was consumed. It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising that the truth has once again been unearthed by a Japanese.
Once again, what do you mean?
10 years ago, your father, Genshin Asogi, turned up at my office one night. The Professor? Yes, beyond all shadow of a doubt. We must issue a warrant to search his home at once. Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital. Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion whilst he commits these atrocities behind the scenes. Do you have evidence? Nothing definitive as yet. But he keeps an enormous savage hound on the estate. We need the full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy. So a large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You should know that's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto this based on the tenuous accusation of a visiting student. So I turned down Asogi's plea. And as a last result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Zeek's mansion on his own. We can only imagine now what happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome, of course, Lord Clint Van Zeek's perished.
I don't believe this. So in actual fact, Kazuma-sama's father did... He made the late Lord Van Zeeks meet the same fate. Put a permanent end to the professor killings. By taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life.
As soon as I heard, I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened.
And what about the will?
Asogi must already have taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea about the existence of such a document at the time.
But now it's gotta circle back to the point of this trial.
I was the only person who knew of the true identity of the professor. So I resolved to keep it a secret and to guard the secret to the bitter end.
So you're admitting to it? That you were behind it all? It was you, then, who pinned the crimes on my father?
I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire, even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse.
And it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence.
I ordered that detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him naturally.
Gregson.
Obviously, he opposed me at first. Are you off your rocker? We can't do something like that. There's no question that it was Asogi who murdered Lord Van Zeeks. The house staff have made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night.
Yes, well, I've no doubt it was that Japanese fella. But we haven't got a shred of evidence against the man. And worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog, so we're short of a murder weapon to boot.
And we're short on time, Gregson. We must put a stop to this man's rampage for the good of the country. So we'll use whatever means necessary till I make myself clear, detective. Blimey.
So that night, 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, And Genshin's ring was taken. That was him, was it? That was Gregson and some Iredell. Then the detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned its discovery from the victim's stomach during that autopsy. And in light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Asogi was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges. But I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhanded dealings.
It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness.
What weakness?
Isn't it obvious? You, Cosimo Sogi.
Me?
Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asogi.
What?
Though I hear you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention, and you will see Japan and your son again.
You scoundrel.
Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a closed trial by order of Her Majesty. So whatever rash claims you might make in court will have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asogi, the gallows.
Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing a truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden.
Yes, it hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order, you understand. So, what's it to be, Asogi?
Cosimo. He did it for me?
And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect this country's law and order at any cost.
Objection!
I've never dared let myself even consider this possibility until now. But in light of all this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Maelstrongheart?
A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Baroque Van Zeeks?
Well, that was an eager admission, if that was an admission. I expected to need one more round in this courtroom to establish that.
That the spirit of your late brother, that paragon of justice, should return to reap justice for his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you?
What brazen...
I knew that you'd play the part to perfection, but your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel.
An angel with bloody hands? I think not.
Those who had cooperated with me already were only too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod the Reaper became.
Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago when he was invited to work in Japan.
That's right. So I had to employ the services of his young protege after that. Dr. Courtney Scythe.
Dr. Scythe?
So what with the execution of the Professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bailey, I've successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything.
No, it's not. There's still one last thing at least. The question of who was it that actually killed Genshin Asogi.
My lords, ladies, and gentlemen, I do hereby confess it was I who sired the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense, it was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire.
Lord Strongheart did it? An unforgivable collection of crimes, but still, all those who died at the Reaper's hand were rotten to the core anyway. It was all in aid of keeping London safe.
There is no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present. Beyond these four walls, nobody need know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country.
Can he do this? Can the trial really end now?
Hold it!
I have one last question. For the accused, Lord Van Zieks. What? Of course, I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor. So I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother. Yes, the same thought occurred to me. It was only once, but yes, I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong, perhaps too strong, I observed. At that time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. And since they were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a source of great turmoil.
And coincidentally, at the same time, the Professor began his terrifying reign.
During the time of the Professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself. And that made you suspect? Yes. But it was only once, not more. Only once, really? Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. And I still believe that now.
Do you have any evidence to support that idea?
The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor.
That will do. Neither Clint Van Zieks nor Genshin Asogi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion.
But
there are only two extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asogi, and the 3-page lost will and testament penned in black ink left behind by the man. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I have explained. Later today, I will present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever section is deemed appropriate. That is all. Court is adjourned.
objection.
Objection!
And the point. Oh, I really thought it was going to be the bold point, you know? Thank you, Kazuma. Me? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery. What discovery? My lord, I'm afraid I must insist the trial continues.
I beg your pardon.
As the court has been reminded today already, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction.
What contradiction?
But all I did was ask the accused one simple question. Let's see if I can spot the contradiction. I mean, the only thing that I know of that is blatantly a contradiction is the claim that there are only two extant pieces of evidence. So we know that the collar exists. Wait, three? Oh, hang on. Oh, you let something slip, Lord Strongheart. Well, it began with Lord Van Zieks and his recollection about his brother. But Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length.
I merely pointed out that we can draw no further useful conclusions here, so where on earth is the contradiction?
One of them definitely just said something contradictory. It's time to identify who. It was Lord Strongheart, I'm sure of it. Something he said was slightly off. Come on, Ryunosuke, think back on his words, find the problem.
Neither Clint Van Zieks nor Genshin Asogi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. There are only two extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asogi, and the 3-page lost will and testament penned in black ink left behind by the man.
Lord Strongheart, would you care to explain?
Explain what, Counsel?
Among the statements you made just a few moments ago, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have.
Inconsistent.
And whilst an inconsistency remains, the defense has a right to pursue an explanation. Ryunosuke, what?
Let me warn you about the statements you are making, Counsel. They may very well prove fatal. You claim my words contain a contradiction. With what piece of evidence, I ask you?
I gotta save so that I can present, Karuma first.
Take that!
I have the distinct impression that permitting you to advocate for me was the mistake of my life. Alright, let's go the real route.
Take that!
This here is the will left behind by Mr. Asogi. The 2-paged will.
What?
Yet moments ago, your precise words were the 3-paged last will and testament. Could it be that originally there was a 3rd page?
For a moment, I thought perhaps you'd identified something worthwhile, but it's merely a trifle, I see.
A trifle?
Governor Kaiden.
What can I do for you, sir?
You were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament.
Aye, I was there for sure. I remember the black worms-like scrolls to this day. And I'm quite certain, my lord, that there was a 3rd page at the time. What? Only the first 2 pages were the actual will, though. If I mind correctly, the 3rd was a message to his lad back in Japan.
For legal purposes, we required only his will.
And we wouldn't have wanted any uncomfortable words about Britain to get back to Japan, eh? So it was decided that the 3rd page oughtn't to be sent.
Objection!
How dare you make that decision? I had a right to know what it said, to hear my father's final words to me.
The courtroom is no place for sentimentality.
This is an issue of legality. Like, last wills and testaments are binding documents. As it happens, I have the 3rd page of the document with me here now. My father's message?
It will be given to you at the end of these proceedings.
It'll be too late once the trial is over. We need to know what it says now. Even the slightest thing may give us a vital clue. My lord, the defense calls for Genshin Asogi's last words to his son to be read out loud before the court now.
Your request is denied. The inevitably maudlin words can be of no consequence now.
Objection!
Prosecution agrees. Court should know the content of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined.
Very well, then. Governor Kaiden. You will read the 3rd page of the document for all present to hear.
He can't. It's in Japanese.
Yes, sir. Only I should point out, my lord, that I cannot actually read worm language.
It's beautiful handwriting. Shame on you, Barry.
This beautiful handwriting? Shame on you, Barry. If I could be of assistance here, I would be happy to translate the words into English for the court.
Father!
You're still here, are you, Dr. Mikotoba?
Naturally. I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit a lowly one. But perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I've translated Genshin's message.
Your cooperation is much appreciated.
Kazuma?
The truth is shrouded... Kazuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness. A darkness with which only our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes.
That's the end of the message, it would seem. A haiku poem? Twist thy head. Father.
What is Karuma?
Name of the Asogi clan's famous sword. A razor-sharp blade known to all, passed down for generations. It embodies the Japanese spirit. It's not known to me. It's the katana sword that was submitted as evidence earlier in these proceedings. The one worn by the prosecution counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson. It seems there was a third page to it.
All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment of this court is long overdue.
Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. Oh wow. I really thought that second line was more than 7 syllables, but nope. Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. It's the proper way to use the sword, is it? Maybe I should try it. It hurts my neck, that's the trouble. Mr. Naruhodo, if I might make a suggestion, I think perhaps it doesn't mean your head. Oh. I once studied the history and development of the katana some time ago. As I'm sure you're probably aware, the sword's head is the part at the very end of the hilt. It's written as head in Japanese, but it's pronounced as kashira. Kashira, I believe. Kashira? So Mr. Asogi's words really mean twist the butt of the hilt? You don't think... Ah! Look what's inside it. Is that a tightly wound sheet of parchment? And there we have it. Scarlet ink. It's written in scarlet ink. I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. This is it, isn't it? Mr. Naruhodo, look at the signature at the end. Clint Van Zieks, and the date, 10 years ago on that fateful night. So for 10 years it's been silently concealed inside Karuma and nobody knew? The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks. Wait, oh my goodness. Look at this. This is unbelievable. Clint Van Zieks' will. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks that has been hidden inside the great sword Karuma for many years. A trump card left behind by Genshin Asogi. I need to check something real quick. Because I have an idea. I'm just trying to see if there's a way to examine that earlier.
As the presiding judge, I have been as accommodating as possible of the will of the courtroom. However, despite all that, no new information has come to light. In pursuit of justice, Lord Clint Van Zieks tragically lost all sense of morality.
Oh, I can't read it. It's not letting me examine.
When he murdered his former mentor, clearly he was already devoid of all his normal faculties.
Objection!
I already did... Oh, hang on. I did examine it once, but you're saying again, so... Thank you. Appreciate it, Astro Dude. I probably should have read that, though. Twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. Kazuma's father certainly had a way with words. And he certainly thought up an ingenious hiding place, too. It seems almost playful at first, but I do wonder if over the years, perhaps, the duties of the Asogi clan have actually called for such inventiveness. Protecting great secrets, you mean? Those sort of duties? Well, I could believe that. Kazuma conducts himself like someone with the weight of his clan's long and noble history on his shoulders. Fair enough. The hidden ones are definitely things that it would be hard to think of doing. How dare you! I refuse to believe that of my brother.
Too much time has passed. We cannot ever hope to know more than we do now. Especially since the alleged will that he penned in his final moments appears to have been lost forever.
Thank you for the hydrate, Lastborn. Welcome to the stream.
Lord Strongheart, you appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why. We've heard you state time and again during these proceedings that everything you did was in the interests of protecting British law and order. And I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction in crime the capital has seen.
Objection!
What about Inspector Gregson, then? And Dr. Wilson. They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends, and then you had them killed. However you dress it up, there was nothing fair or just about that.
Lord Strongheart, what exactly is it that you're hiding? Dr. Mikotoba, were you not to quietly withdraw after the translation of your former associate's will? In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it is supported by evidence. And it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present. In which case, I hereby order all discourse from these proceedings to be struck from the record.
This is my last chance. Mr. Naruhodo. I have to present some decisive evidence now or it's all over. But can I? I can. Wait, my lord. I do need to drop a save here real quick. As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present.
What? Don't be absurd. There is nothing of relevance remaining from the time.
Objection!
It's high times that you realize something, my lord. This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour that had escaped everyone else's attention.
Nonsense.
What is it, Ryunosuke? What do you have? I dare say, final decisive piece of evidence will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale. How can you...
Decisive. Well, it would appear there's no escaping it now, my lord. Let it be so, then. Present whatever you think you have that can settle this decade-long enigma, if you're capable. What exactly is this evidence that the defense claims to be so decisive?
I have to save here because of what I'm about to do. The proof that we need is that I'm a
Take
lawyer.
that!
What did I say, counsel? If you're capable were my words.
Ah,
And this evidence clearly demonstrates you're not. You're capable only of destroying your own argument.
sorry, I had to do it. It's the rule of Ace Attorney gameplay. You have to present your attorney's badge at the worst possible times.
Take that!
There is a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks.
Ah, a wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure. But in case it had escaped your notice, that document was lost long ago.
That's right, it was. Only, I have it right here, discovered just moments ago.
Impossible, that can't be.
Everything that's happened comes back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery. My brother's last will and testament. Where did you find that? It was rolled up inside this. Inside Karuma? That ultimate weapon Genshin Nasogi obtained has lain undisturbed in the hilt of his sword for all these years, just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth.
Signature and seal certainly look official.
My God, it's true. It's my brother's handwriting. There can be no mistake. He is for good reason, I expect.
I forbid the contents of that document from being read out. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it.
Objection!
You can't do that, my lord. This document could explain everything.
That document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country. I demand that you hand it to me at once.
Why? What are you trying to hide? Could it be that you already know what's written on this page?
Ah, what are you implying? Court is adjourned with immediate effect. Clear the courtroom.
Objection!
Do that, my lord, and you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice.
I beg your pardon.
Forcibly ending a trial without a good reason? And not any trial, a closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. To defy the monarch's will is treason. Lord Clint Van Zieks really did pen a will that day. It's exactly as the young Japanese man said. Read it out, now. You have a right to hear what's in that will, a right and a duty.
Well, well, my lord. It would appear as though proceedings aren't going quite as you'd hoped. You fools.
Go ahead, Ryunosuke, read it. Prosecution gives its full support. Very well, then.
No. For God's sake. No!
I probably should have snapped that screenshot earlier. I'm sure there's going to be a better screenshot. I pen this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. The hour is 11 p.m. and I sit at my writing desk in my office. My good friend Asogi stands at my shoulder. He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the duels that I made a part of this world with honor. An honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are a truly merciful people. I, Clint Van Zieks, Lord of the Manor of the Van Zieks Estate, hereby confess to the following. I am the killer who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not here discourse the corruption rife among the aristocracy, which is to me as one of them so apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of the depravity. A demon who habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. The law is impotent against such vile avarice. Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace. That demon was my quarry, upon whom I willingly set my great hound. But though I am a hunter of some experience, I am a poor felon, it seems. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion. He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my wife and brother. Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill. Oh, I need to take that one. As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaws of the hound I commanded, I realized that I had lost the last shred of decency within me, and sunk to the level of a wild beast. There is no path back to the light, be it I or my dear friend Asogi who dies this night. I am eternally damned. To my extortioner, male Strongheart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow. So now we know. Yes, Clint Van Zieks was a murderer. Oh, oops. But somebody was directing him and naming his victims. His extortioner, Lord Male Strongheart. It was you.
Lord Strongheart, a moment ago, you claimed that what the court had just heard could destroy justice in this country. But you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature and the countless lives you sacrificed up till now. It just didn't make sense to me. That the third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor and a man of lofty principles. As I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill the man. But you did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart? To eliminate the man who stood between you and the office you'd set your sights on. So you used your own hunting dog, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, to take him down. It had to be done. London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the arm of the law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at the roots, but the Lord Chief Justice of the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say, tantamount to cowardice, if you ask me. Which is why I took his place, in order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire. By murdering the man. The Reaper, the Professor, the name makes no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it was all done for the furtherance of law and order in London.
Objection!
Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now, too?
Ah, Genshin Asogi. Well, that was unfortunate. I had fully intended to send him back to Japan as we'd agreed.
I don't believe you. It was you, wasn't it? You killed him.
No, it wasn't me who took your father's life.
Then who?
On the night following his mock execution, I went to Logate Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Jigoku.
Judge Jigoku?
There had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Asogi's treatment after his repatriation. Jigoku had fierce ambition. It made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he'd stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. When I told him the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough. Seishiro, you fool. As you'd know, Asogi escaped the prison in a closed casket and was subsequently interred. We intended to dig him out of his grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go to plan. There was an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own ideas about digging up graves. A man who witnessed what nobody was supposed to see.
Enoch Drebber.
Of course I knew grave robbers frequented London cemeteries, but that grave on that particular night... Lust, if people find out the convict wasn't really executed, scandal will rock the very foundations of the Empire. Then what do we do? Shoot him, Mr. Jigoku. Shoot Asogi at once. He can't live now this has happened. He has to go.
You'd think they would have just murdered Drebber.
What are you talking about? You had an agreement. You promised him he could return to Japan. Everything has changed now if the truth got out because of this. Both of us would be finished forever. Come on, Jigoku, do it. Pull the trigger. Shoot!
That was a long conversation for what Enoch Drebber described as a matter of a couple of seconds.
Jigoku shot Asogi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close that the blood sprayed over his coat. He fled as fast as his legs would carry him. Then Jigoku and I put Asogi's body back in the grave from which he just emerged. When I later learnt of the waxwork modeler's presence at the scene as well, I made her swear to two things. Never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of that night.
Oh yeah, that's true. Drebber's Royal Society award winner's status would have aroused suspicion, and Genshin was officially supposed to have been executed. That's fair. Oh, I should have read that last message.
And with that, the secret was buried along with Asogi's corpse.
Kind of weird that they didn't find some way to make Madame Tusples vanish. Or weird that they didn't make Drebber disappear years later. Like, he's had 10 years to eliminate witnesses, and he only got around to starting the process, like, in the past year. Seems questionable.
It was Jigoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asogi in the end, you see. He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger.
Just before Mr. Jigoku left the courtroom earlier, he said that the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request. So you coerced him too, using what happened in the graveyard.
By that time, Jigoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs, negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what would have happened if it came to light he'd murdered a compatriot 10 years earlier. He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that.
How do you sleep at night?
With my eyes closed. These past 10 years, I've fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld. And I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reigns supreme.
Objection!
That couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all.
How dare you! I saved Clint Van Zieks from dishonor in his death.
Objection!
Whilst behind the scenes you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then you made my father take the blame.
It was unavoidable. It was the only way to protect our justice system and public order.
Let's not forget the others you had killed as well. Setting the defendant up as the Reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless more.
That's enough! Do you have any idea of the conniving that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? We have to fight fire with fire. Our courts can't function without a Reaper.
I hate to break it to you, but outside extremely specific practices within firefighting, fighting fire with fire is actually a terrible strategy.
Can't you see all I've done for this country? This has been my struggle.
Truthfully, I don't know if fighting fire with fire has ever been shown to work. I feel like they tried the idea in the San Francisco fire, but I've never been good at history, so I could be misremembering. The idea of fighting fire with fire, by the way, is the idea that you essentially use a smaller controlled fire to destroy what the uncontrolled fire would have used as fuel and suck up all of the oxygen that it would have used to spread. But in reality, that's easier said than done by a good bit, and more likely you are just going to make a second fire.
Can't you see all I've done for this country? This has been my struggle.
Objection!
You've done nothing. It's Lord Van Zeeks here who worked tirelessly and justly in court whilst enduring the disgrace of the Reaper name. And Inspector Gregson, fraught with anguish for having sullied his hands through a desire to do the right thing. If Clint was the professor, then Strongheart was the dean. Yeah, that kind of works. Not to mention Genshin Asogi, who risked his life going in pursuit of the truth you tried to hide. No, the darker recess of London... No, the darker recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by you.
You little... When will you get it through your thick skulls?
That was all for Queen and Country. I'm tiring of that excuse. You've consistently twisted the truth for bargaining power to make others do your bidding, nothing more. People who willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again.
Well, 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 dear me, my good fellows, dear me. A well-deserved round of applause, I think, for a quite marvelous performance.
What are you talking about?
Those delightfully grave expressions, that beautifully pronounced Queen's English. Really, our friends from the Far East are quite the picture of industriousness.
Fraud, keep your mockery.
Please don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you both said.
What are you trying to say?
I have occupied the darker recesses of London's underworld, and how did you put it? Done nothing? I confess it's a little embarrassing to have it pointed out quite so starkly, but yes, I really have done nothing, which means I can be indicted for nothing. No?
Yeah, so there's this thing called conspiracy to commit murder. What?
It's true. Personally, I have committed no crime. I've merely been surrounded by fools who have acted very rashly indeed.
Objection!
You can't get away with that. You've consistently preyed upon people's weaknesses.
And what? Threatened them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining? I would like to address all the good lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the judiciary here present. You all know of these darker recesses in our great capital, and deep down I believe you also know that to fight those who dwell there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. So let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me. If this catalogue of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen? To learn that the infamous murderer of royals and nobles was a respected member of the aristocracy himself, That evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat's trial amid secret negotiations with prosecutors to effect a jailbreak. That the Reaper of the Bailey was an organized group of assassins managed by a Scotland Yard inspector. And finally, that it was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself.
If the general public of Britain knew the truth, all faith in the police and prosecutor's office would be completely lost, without doubt. Public order in the capital would completely break down. We'd be cast back to the lawless days of the last century.
Precisely as it was 100 years ago when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. Think what we've accomplished since then, a public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws. And if we want to continue to protect this new era of law and order, I say again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves. We have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life. This is all that was expected of this trial. All these other matters that have been discussed will be eliminated from the minutes of these proceedings in the interest of preserving law and order. And to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course.
I need to check something.
Well, my lords, ladies, and gentlemen, what say you?
He has a point. Things that Lord Strongheart has done are quite unforgivable. On the other hand, isn't it our duty to maintain law and order in the capital? You can't deny that the threat of the Reaper over the years has done wonders for the crime rate. And by fair means or foul, that's all thanks to Lord Strongheart. Are you hearing this? This is the will of the British judiciary?
For your rousing response, friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, the records shall be erased.
You have to respect the man's ability to turn a situation to his favor. Lord Strongheart really is a master of manipulation. It's conclusively proven his guilt, but still he manages to evade justice. I just don't know what we can do. Ryunosuke. Looks like the trial really is going to come to an end now. I'm almost out of options, I think. There's really only one path left open to me. Yes, as I know only too well. The only thing that carries any weight in court is hard evidence. But, Mr. Naruhodo, what evidence is there to use at this stage in the trial? I have an idea. I don't know whether anything will come of it, but if there was ever a time for using this particular item we have among the evidence, it's now. I really want to use the armband again, but I've done that joke already in the last few minutes.
Take that!
Oh my, yes, if Mr. Sholmes asked if you had that with you earlier. We've exposed all of Lord Strongheart's wrongdoings now. I've no doubt that Mr. Sholmes had already deduced exactly how the truth would unfurl. So I think it must be time for the great detective to take center stage, don't you? Yes, absolutely. Let's take the hair by the ears then, and heave! Alright, here goes. Heave! Ow, 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 ow. My dear fellows, must I remind you every time, a gentle tug will suffice. Mr. Sholmes? You're looking in quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruhodo. Because I'm over here. Mr. Naruhodo, he's... It's Mr. Sholmes. With highly advanced, hologram technology somehow. I wasn't expecting you back, Sholmes. Delighted to be here again, Lord Strongheart.
What is the meaning of this? Bailiff, seize him. Put that man in irons. This is a closed court. You've been warned once already, man.
What? We can't get hold of him, my lord. We just go right through him. Oh, the other dance of deduction, I see. Hollows. Can't touch this. I'm afraid your efforts are wasted. You see, the great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow, an image, if you will. Mr. Naruhodo, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions. Mr. Sholmes, what on earth is... Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone? Imagine the mocap studio. Yeah, it would have been a fun time. Yes, I hear that some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo. The sound of the speaker's voice is converted to an electrical signal and transmitted instantly to another place. Quite, sounds are transmitted, so could not images keep them company, I mused? Iris and I did some modest experimentation to develop such devices specifically for this very day. Modest experimentation, Mr. Sholmes? What a modest description. And somewhat incidentally, I thought we might just as well transmit an entire scene. Somewhat incidentally, Mr. Sholmes? Now you're just being immodest.
Do you mean to say you're not actually here, Sholmes?
I knew my trusty partner would have no trouble grasping the concept. Except he's grasping the sand to steady himself after your shock arrival. Poor father. I would have hoped he might have been forewarned, being the great detective's partner.
Leave my courtroom at once. Get out, or I swear to you.
Dear me, you on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, appear to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate, I am not here, which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking. Where exactly are you? The very question I was awaiting. I am at present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden. The garden? Not just any garden, you understand. A garden at Buckingham Palace.
What? You can't be. Buckingham Palace?
What's Buckingham Palace, Mr. Sato? I've never heard of it. Do you even read the news, Mr. Naruhodo? Do you ever read the news, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes, is Iris with you there? Ah, well now, Iris is currently enjoying some tea with Her Majesty. Her Majesty? Not just any Her Majesty, you understand. Her Majesty the Queen of the British Empire.
What?
Lord Strongheart, what he's saying is that this courtroom has been bugged. What on earth is this all about? Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruhodo.
Order in the court. I demand immediate silence. Her Majesty the Queen, you can't be... I mean, no. This is some sort of unforgivably distasteful trickery by a third-rate detective, that's all.
Unforgivably distasteful trickery. What an apt description. A closed court session attended by elite members of the judiciary was a rare event. I presumed that Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings. So I decided to show her everything from start to finish. Huh? You showed her? Indeed. By dint of the Herlock Sholmes remote cinematograph.
You... meddling.
This is some kind of nightmare. Just as I appear to be standing before you, regaling you with talk of my latest invention. No doubt you've inferred that the reverse is also true. You don't mean... Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. I assumed there would be no objection. After all, every trial in this country is conducted under the auspices of Her Majesty, as you know.
Ew.
I confess I am quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion about the unforgivably distasteful trickery in which you've been engaged over the past 10 years.
No, I was merely...
Oh, sorry to keep you waiting. Vicky and I had so much to talk about. Iris, there you are. In fact, I have a little message here from Her Majesty.
A message.
Well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably... Forthwith and immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to male Strongheart is hereby revoked forevermore. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for the crimes against his country in a public trial by jury in the coming days. So, it seems that Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Justice in this country needn't be administered from the shadows at all. Male Strongheart, the darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable action these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future, because no longer are you the Lord Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law and of Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal.
Adjourn, 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 adjourn. Court is adjourned.
Snap. I kind of had a feeling that would happen. Is he about to catch on fire? Well, that is a heck of a moment. I'm glad I didn't try to finish this last night.
Lord Clint Van Zeeks left a will in which he confessed to everything. When those words came out of Asogi's mouth, it deranged me completely. I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation. But I couldn't find the damned document. I searched his cell, but it wasn't there.
Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I assume. What do you mean?
The need to obtain that will was all-consuming. I was sure that if I facilitated Asogi's escape, he would emerge with that will somewhere on his person. But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. It never even crossed my mind that it was concealed in the sword's hilt.
What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zeeks. In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case. Sorry? How can that be? There's more to his last will and testament. What? Why didn't we read this before? As I confronted the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother. Baruch, you have always looked up to me, and now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I ask only for forgiveness. Asogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zeeks. Clint. Maelstrom Heart. You colluded with Seishiro Jigoku in a criminal plot so immense it spanned the oceans. And you cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why did you set about that now a whole decade later?
To ascend to the very peak. These last 10 years made me realize being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough. Short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General, I could have no real power to effect the changes needed in this country. And for that promotion, I needed to ensure no remnants of the past remained.
How could you?
I like everything to run smoothly in the exact manner that I prescribe, like a well-oiled machine. And I was just a step away from getting out of that office filled with pigeon feces.
Sorry, dove feces. And for your ambition to succeed, did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you had killed? Ah, Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something? Such as... You very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial. Ugh. However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were. May I suggest, therefore, that we entrust the final adjudication to an old friend?
My lord, as a member of the judiciary, I've been following the proceedings from the gallery. And I must say, I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today. The darkness that has blighted the justice in our land these past 10 years has at last been dispelled. Thanks in no small part to the efforts of a bright young star from the east. Defense Counsel Naruhodo.
Yes, my lord.
On behalf of everyone here present in the Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks.
You're too kind, my lord. The first time I faced you in court, just under a year ago now, I had the faintest of intimations that if British justice, so warped and twisted over its long history, was finally to no change. This might just be the man to do it.
What?
But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge that possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese after the circumstances of my brother's death. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to apologize for countless discourtesies on my part. You are a lawyer bound to talent. Oh, Lord Van Zeeks. When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody, certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met. My best friend, Kazuma Asogi, who led me here to Britain in the first place. My loyal and ever-patient judicial assistant, Miss Susato, who helped me study to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Van Zeeks, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. And not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Sholmes. Saving the best for last, Mr. Naruhodo. What a relief. Now, if he had done that, he would have finished with Lord Van Zeeks. I'm well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. For the truth is a guiding light that always leads to happiness. I've lived by that principle for a long time now, but actually it's not true. The truth can also cause great pain, sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair. And for that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, who do it instinctively even. But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold. And from there it grows until it eventually makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether. So that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve never to avert our eyes from what is just and true. So that we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead. Well, I must excuse myself now. But before I go, Mr. Naruhodo, let me compliment you on your grand opus. What? Without your beautifully composed case against Lord Strongheart, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones corrupting Britain's justice system have been silenced. Thank you very much. So, until our paths cross again somewhere.
Well then, it would appear that this home trial has finally come to an end.
My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord.
I'm quite sure we shall meet again here in the courtroom before long, Prosecutor Baroque Van Zieks. In conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant, Baroque Van Zieks, not guilty. That is all. Court is adjourned.
November 4th, 4:21 p.m., the Old Bailey, Defendant's Antechamber. It really is all over. There was not a single recess in that court, by the way. That went from 9:30 in the morning to 4:50 p.m. But did I sacrifice too much? Mr. Naruhodo, I really must congratulate you. It was a truly splendid performance. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you. Oh, thank you very much. I really couldn't have done it without you at my side through it all, Miss Susato. Oh. Your kind words mean so much to me.
It really was a splendid show, that, Naruhodo. I'd have thought you'd be smiling from ear to ear, but you look rather glum.
Well, of course I'm delighted about the verdict. But in exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. I'm really not sure that's what a lawyer ought to be doing. Oh, well, in that case, I'm quite sure that when you see Lord Van Ziek's smiling face, everything will seem much better. Susie, I hate to break it to you, but I don't know if he is physically capable of smiling. As I said. He's saying his dots, though. And so am I. Miss Susato. Everything seems worse. He has a face like thunder. Oh, dang it. I was trying to catch that stance of him standing there. Oh dear, I really shouldn't have presumed.
Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, yes?
Almost a year it's been now since I first encountered you here in this very courthouse. For you to have risen to the level of excellence you demonstrated today, well, it's quite remarkable.
To be fair, he did spend 6 months of that doing nothing but studying. I suppose the most unpalatable truth you could ever have imagined in court today. I feel as though I've robbed you of something you held so dear.
What was it he said? To fight those who dwell in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves.
But that was just the feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eye for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. You made fine work of establishing that fact in court today. Oh. Well, thank you. What magnanimous words. I'm quite sure that Kazuma-sama would have a smile on his face at this very moment if you were here. Susie, stop jinxing it. He's about to walk in. Kazuma. It wasn't quite as good of a screenshot as the other one would have been. Miss Susato. There's another face like thunder here. Oh my, and he really was here. Lord Van Zeeks. Allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal. Congratulate me, or curse me. You failed to bring down the Reaper. I owe you an apology. No, it is I who should apologize. Your father, Genshin, if I had been stronger, then perhaps. I made an unforgivable error in judgment. I can offer no excuse. And I can offer no forgiveness. That said, I suppose you fought for justice and the truth. For that, at least, I can't withhold respect. Your words mean more to me than you could know. I will hold them dear. Kazuma-sama. I must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me. What's that? The will that Lord Clint Van Zeeks wrote before his duel with my father. So he is a fine detective, and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final 2 wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zeeks. What can the second of his final wishes have been? That your father agreed to honor you mean? I think perhaps I might be able to shed some light on that. What? Father? Oh, is Clint Van Zeeks Iris's dad? That's probably it. Which is a really weird frickin' twist. It was 10 years ago, as you know. The day before the execution was scheduled. I went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin. Why aren't you putting up more of a fight, Genshin? If you'd only agree to it, Seishiro and I would gladly petition the government. We've been through this already. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, Eugene, I have a favor to ask of you, something of great importance. You're one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, consider it done. I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there at once in secret and telling no one. You should find a lady of the gentry hiding there. Lady of the gentry? She's not in a good way, and she's with child. The birth is imminent. As a medical man, I'd like you to attend to her. Please, you're her only hope. By any chance is the child yours, Genshin? Don't be daft. It's a favor that was asked of me by a man I knew. This is dying wish. My goodness. I swore to the man that I would help. That I would do whatever I could for his wife and his unborn child. But if something should happen to me, I need to ask you that same favor. You're the only person I know that I can truly rely on. What did you say? If something should happen to you? Tomorrow night you're going to be... You never know, though, do you? What life will bring? Alright then, tell me the address. I'll head there at once with Seishiro and... No, not with him. Pardon? This is a favor I'm asking of you, and only you, Eugen. Right, I see. Very well then. That very night, I caught a train from Paddington to Dartmoor in Devon. I found the old house in the middle of nowhere it was, and an old hunting hound lay asleep in the grounds. Poor woman was on the floor at the back of a darkened room. She was in mortal danger. She doesn't look particularly pregnant, I gotta be honest. They could have done a better job with that. I broke her waters to precipitate the labor before she weakened further, but it was a torturous birth. I did everything humanly possible for her and her child. And in the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically, my efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. I held the healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept for longer than I cared to remember. Eventually, in something of a daze, I looked around the room. There was precious little in it, but an old travel trunk caught my eye. It had clearly been well looked after over the years, made of top-quality leather with fine stitching. But it was when I saw the emblem on the side of it that everything dropped into place. B, for Baskerville. Baskerville? You mean the woman was the wife of Lord Clint Van Zieks? That's right. Newborn was his daughter. But that makes no sense. Why on earth wouldn't Clint have entrusted the child to my care in that case? I was completely unaware that he even had a daughter. I suppose he didn't really have any choice. What? Well, your brother said that he'd confessed everything to his wife. So she must have been beside herself with worry for her child. If the true identity of the professor were ever to be made public, the girl would be forever branded as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer. So the only solution was to distance the young girl from the Van Zieks family as much as possible. I don't believe it. I imagine that in his final hour, Lord Clint Van Zieks made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust. I honored my promise to Genshin, of course. However,
Only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan. And without disclosing the parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me.
Oh, how awful.
I was completely at a loss. In the end, I had to ask my great friend. I asked him if he would be a father to her.
That being Mr. Sholmes, I presume.
Yes. He took one look into my eyes and agreed to it on the spot.
Mr. Sholmes, he has a heart of gold. And he is a significantly better dad than this guy will ever dream of being.
Really, all it can be said that I did for the child was to give her a name.
Oh?
When I'd come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. So it was her name that I gave the little girl.
Wife's name, Professor Mikotoba? In other words, the name of my mother. Ayame Mikotoba. Oh.
That's right, Ayame. Or in English, Iris.
This isn't a surprise. Like, the story has been very obviously building to this. I had no idea. Ouch. Mr. Naruhodo, what's wrong? This little thing just pinched me through my trouser pocket, hard. Through my trouser pocket, hard. Ah, my dear fellows, can you hear me? Mr. Sholmes, is that you? Ouch! Yes, we can hear you. You see what excessive tugging can do. Let that be a lesson to you. Mr. Sholmes, we weren't able to thank you properly before, but you were simply marvelous. Your checkmate move was a stroke of genius. Indeed it was, wasn't it? I surpassed myself, I feel, by developing technology a little less than 100 years ahead of its time, and a little more than 100 years ahead of its time in the case of the holograms. It had become apparent to me that to stop the Lord Chief Injustice would require such measures. Bruno, Susie... Oh, Iris. Oh, I'm so pleased. What a wonderful outcome. Her Majesty Queen Vicky said she thought my special blend was delicious. Oh, I'm sure she did. After all, no one brews a more delicious tea than you do, Iris. Let's have a party to celebrate. And Mr. Reaper, you simply must come too. Oh, I'm afraid I couldn't. The Reaper of the Bailey, flustered by a 10-year-old girl, again. No, really? Oh, pooh. But I give you my word that I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude. Oh, how lovely. You've promised now, I won't let you forget. Bye for now, then. Alright, Iris, thank you for all your help earlier. Iris being delivered by Yujin and named for Ayame are the closest thing to actually being Susato's sister. I mean, yes, but this just means that Yuji and Mikotoba essentially abandoned 2 daughters, not just 1, immediately after their births. And I'm sorry, but I'm not going to let that slide, even if the game does. That was nothing, just come back home soon. Ouch! One final pinch goodbye, was it? Well, I think I ought to be leaving. Lord Van Zeeks, would you care to accompany me? Certainly. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to once again express my deep gratitude to you. Thanks for the hydrate, Lastborn. I believe you saved my life. Wait, Lord Van Zeeks. Yes. What are you intending to do now? Well, clearly, I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office. Oh no. I intend to publicize the full truth about the professor case. Once that's done, the Van Zeeks family will be ostracized completely from London society. Surely not. So as soon as I am free of my employment, I shall leave the capital. Oh, I see. Don't be a fool. Are those the actions of a man once feared as the mighty Reaper of the Bailey? I beg your pardon. For the past 10 years, you've endured that pseudonym and been cast as one of the dark forces yourself. Now that you've finally been freed from that disrepute, your battle is just beginning, surely. Well, I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips. I waited a very long time to come to London. Now I'm properly here, I intend to learn all that I can. Anyway, goodbye for now, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Kazuma Asogi. It seems as though he's really matured suddenly. He's not the only one who's matured, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, but his was more sudden. I've had a year to work on it. Well, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. We must help Iris with tonight's dinner. We must. It was then that I came to an important decision about my future. November 4th, 6:25 p.m., Sholmes Suite. I'm home. Ah! About time you got here. We've been waiting ages, Otto. What are you doing with that colorful piece of history? It's a party, innit? It's got to go off with a bang. I mean, fireworks, ideally. But you ain't got fire, smoke's the next best thing, ain't it? Oh, I did not mean to hit autoplay. There's a girl on Fresno Street who could help you with that, I think. Right, I'll remember that. You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak. I really must hear this. It's quite the most extraordinary thing. I assure you, it will defy your expectations. Take down every detail now, Mikotoba. Ah, the world-famous great detective regaling his partner with the tale of his adventure, a sight to behold. Would you care to hazard a guess? Where do you suppose the fiendish runaway had concealed himself? Would you believe? Inside the trunk I found abandoned in his cabin. I would believe it, yes. I say, Mikotoba, I detect not a hint of surprise. I wonder why that is, Maybe because I was there at the scene as well, Sholmes? What? You were? Then why the deuce didn't you say so before? Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold, but still. It's hard not to feel privileged to see it. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, Professor Mikotoba, I'm finally back from the Bailey. And not a moment too soon. A feast prepared by Iris and Miss Susato awaits. I must say, I haven't seen Susato looking so happy in a very long time. When I'm around, she's usually filled with a faint tinge of resentment that I highly deserve as a deadbeat father. Ah, Runo, there you are. Dinner is on the table, everyone. Please do come and take a seat. Time to fill me boots. Goodness, is that really true, Gina? Yep, I'm losing me copper's clubber and going back to what I know best. It's a diver's life for me. You're really leaving the police force? But why, Ginny? Well, the boss ain't around no more, so... Oh. And anyway, no matter how hard I try, that Reaper ain't never gonna accept a diver turned dick, is he? Well, people can change, you know. Ah, yes, that reminds me. I rather thoughtfully offered to relieve the bailiff of this now defunct piece of evidence. Eh? It's the inspector's pocket watch. And the crown has been reattached.
That watch was his pride and joy, symbol of his great achievements at Scotland Yard. For 10 years without fail, it measured every second of the man's remarkable career.
But now it's stopped. Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Gregson's career alive by taking on the great responsibility of winding that watch every single day again. Yes, someone with an equally fierce detective spirit. It's gotta be me, there ain't no one else. Quite right. I mean, after all, the boss was... well, he was my boss. Yes, Ginny, he was. Oh yeah, and I made you a promise and all, didn't I, Iris? That I'd become a proper detective one day and track down your old man. Oh. Alright then, it's decided. I'll do it, and I swear. I'll find your dad and bring him in kicking and screaming. I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate. Yes, I think, Gina, it might be best to, well... I think I'd like you to forget that promise, Ginny. Eh? Iris? Well, obviously I've always wondered about who my real daddy is. Of course I have. I wanted to know where I've come from. I thought it might tell me something about myself. But I've caused such a lot of trouble trying to find out for so many people. Hurley, Bruno, Professor Mickey.
Oh, no, not at all, my dear. Really, you owe no apology to anyone.
Well, anyway, I've decided to give up on it, because I've finally realized my daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters what his name is or where he's from. Don't you agree, Hurley? With every word, Iris. Thank you, Hurley. Thank you, Daddy. I think, Mikotoba.
Yes, Sholmes?
I think that I ought to express my gratitude to you.
Oh?
For 6 years, you and I solved many a mystery together. And during that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all. And I should never have experienced it, were it not for you.
You old softy, Sholmes. It's almost like you care about the children in your care. But I must confess, it's a weight off my mind to hear you say it.
Well then, I think this calls for a lengthy violin recital, wouldn't you say? Oh, well, the food would go cold, that's the only problem. Maybe next week, Hurley? Thank you, Iris. Are you sure a week is long enough, Iris? Even amidst the most troubling of cases, even reeling from the most shocking of revelations, returning in the evening to this suite of rooms, there's always warmth and happiness to be had. The home of the world's greatest detective, and my home too, with my greatest family. November 4th, 9:37 p.m., Naruhodo's Legal Consultancy. This attic room has been my home and office for almost a year now. High commendations indeed, B. Certainly had some unforgettable experiences whilst I've lived here. But I think now the time has come. Time to bid this place farewell. Naruhodo? Naruhodo. Oh, Naruhodo. Oh, Professor. Are you all alone? I didn't hear any sound from Susato's room. Yes, Susato-san went out after dinner. She took a carriage. Something about an important matter she needed to take care of.
Ah, I see. I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier.
Oh?
With Iris, I mean, when the subject of her father came up.
Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
I made up my mind many years ago never to tell her who her real father was. It's what we agreed with Genshin, after all. It was agreed with Genshin, after all.
Lord Clint Van Zeek's final wishes before you died, you mean? Before he died, you mean?
Yes, I've had to take some rather drastic steps at times to protect that secret, you know? Calling Susato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example.
That's why?
When I read Soseki-san's report about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. He'd stumbled across the crux of that terrible case, the dog's collar. The description of the Baskerville insignia left me in no doubt. Baskerville. If you had decided to investigate that insignia, sooner or later you would have made the connection to the Van Zeeks. And to make matters worse, Susato knew of the unpublished story as well. A story that Iris had written based on my notes from the time.
Ah, yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles.
Exactly. It was a work of fiction, but based on the grim reality of a huge beast of a dog being used as a murder weapon. A dog with the Baskerville family emblem around its neck. Armed with those two clues, I feared you and Susato might arrive at the truth. So I invented that story of how having collapsed to justify her leaving London and returning to Japan at once. All in aid of halting any investigations you and she might have been contemplating.
I see. Something I've never understood is why Susato-san came across that manuscript in Japan, though. You know, Iris's The Hound of the Baskervilles story, I mean.
Sholmes sent it to me. That was before Susato left Japan. He was very troubled about what should be done about it, you see. I had read it and carelessly left it on my desk, which is where Susato came across it, of course. It was the only case Sholmes and I ever pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris had pieced together so much of it from my paltry notes. Sholmes and I discussed the matter and decided we couldn't allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned the manuscript by post to Sholmes for safekeeping.
So you did all that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father?
That's right, because Sholmes had told me how astute she'd become. However, having witnessed events in court today, I must say my opinion has somewhat shifted.
Oh?
I think at some point in the future, the time will come for Iris to know the truth. And when it does, well, I believe it will be for the best.
I think so too. Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk to you about something too.
Judging from that expression, I'd say you've come to a decision, have you?
Yes, I have. I will be returning with you to Japan.
Are you quite sure?
I'm really only here as a substitute for Cosmo. But he's here in Britain now, as originally intended. Locum student Naruhodo doesn't really have a right to stay, I think.
I see.
Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February, my becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. With Kazuma, Susato-san, and Mr. Sholmes all gently pushing me in that direction. I spent the best part of a year immersed in this world, but always aware of the seed of doubt inside of me. Until today. Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. I was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in my client, and I was sure I could see the trial through. And at the end of it, I finally realized no one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself. Path of a defense lawyer, eh? Yes, that's what I am now. That's what I'll be going back with you to Japan as. And that's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life.
Well, it sounds like you've made quite a resolution there.
I have.
Very well then. I must say it's extremely welcome news. I shall make arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow, but I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days.
Not with the symposium having been cancelled now. Such a shame.
Never mind. I'm sure there will be other opportunities in the future. Well then, I'll bid you good night.
Susie... Susato-san. I just wanted to let you know I'm back. We both know you heard, Susie. Did you, hear what your father and I were discussing? I'm sorry, I did, yes. I couldn't help but... Oh, how much did you hear? Well... From the part about Iris's real father, I think? In other words, from the beginning. So you've made up your mind. You'll return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer. Yes. I'm sorry. I really should have consulted you about it. I did want to earlier this evening, actually, but you'd already gone out. Oh no, that's quite alright. I already knew that it's what you'd decide, Naruhodo-san. You did? Susato-san. Yes? I suppose this means it has to be farewell soon. I suppose. You'll be a great help to Kazuma going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. Certainly benefit greatly from having a brilliant judicial assistant at his side. I'll do my very best. I wish I could say it, but I just can't. I can't ask her to come with me. After all, she was always supposed to be coming to Britain as Kazuma's assistant. It's growing late. We should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today. Oh, yes, you're right. Before I retire, let me just say one more time. You really were quite splendid in court today. So if you ask me, anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or a locum should be ashamed of themselves. Susato-san. Thank you. If I was a more emotional person, I would be tearing up right now, I swear. And here we are, back again. November 7th, 5:42 a.m., Port of Dover, Quayside. I can't believe this day's finally come. You're really leaving then, Runo? Afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea. Oh, I wish you weren't going. But you have to come back and visit. Say you will. Of course, I promise.
Well, it was a very brief reunion, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long.
Oh, it's pronounced key? I'll be honest. I might keep ignoring that fact. Reminding myself of pronunciations midway through something like this is not something I'm particularly good at. Especially since I know for a fact that Judge Jigoku's name is actually Jigoku. I found that out partway through the trial, but I'm not going to try and change it up. Anyway. For a while, at least, it felt like old times. Yes, I suppose on reflection. There's something to be said for it, having a little fun once in a while. I'll just go and say goodbye to the professor as well, I think. Alright, Iris, you do that. I don't know why I want that screenshot.
Susato-san.
Okay, this one I have to get, though. This feels worth it.
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board. Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me. And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
Actually, I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Sorry?
Ryunosuke,
Kazuma! What are you doing here?
Can I have your other sword? I've been feeling a bit unbalanced. I got used to walking around with a sword.
Do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
Thanks. To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital, but,
Well, we'll have to save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
Me too. But, we're both defense lawyers, so,
I'm going to become a prosecutor. I'll stay in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
Oh, I see.
Actually, Ryunosuke, I have a favor to ask.
Name it.
I'd like you to take care of this for me for a while.
Karuma? Why?
Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me, the demon that reared its ugly head that day. It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector. But it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him. I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me until the end of my days. While I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As a prosecutor.
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
Until I'm ready to face the demon within me. To slay it once and for all. I leave this in your care. If you'll take it.
I keep thinking that he's done. I gotta stop and just let the,
course I
the
will.
text progress
I'll
naturally.
keep it by my side.
Because it skips all of his
Always.
mouth movements.
Until we meet again, then. You have your path to follow, and I have mine.
Naruhodo-san? The path you're going to follow from now on. I wonder if I might follow it at your side, and unless I'd be a burden.
What? I mean, I would very much like you to come with me. But aren't you...
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
I am?
Honestly, you never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
You mean you knew about this?
It was the evening after Lord Van Zeek's trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Really? Or when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba?
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes. I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you? Well, what are his feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion. I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked. But I'd feel happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
Of course.
Susato-san.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
With you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting. So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
I'm terribly incompetent, but if you'll have me, I'd be delighted.
Oh, no, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me.
Ah! What's wrong?
It's the rabbit in his pocket again.
You're lucky, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
It's all right. There's no need to worry. As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
It is?
Your fine judicial assistant has everything in hand as always, I see.
Bruno! Your ship's about to leave!
Time to go then. Look after yourself, Ryunosuke.
Kazuma, draw your sword. One day, when our paths cross, once more, we'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom. A day I eagerly await as a lawyer.
I've been waiting to hear you say that, partner.
Ah, the broken sword.
Don't forget me then,
Contradiction.
Kazuma.
As if I could, Ryunosuke.
And Mr. Sholmes, thank you so much. I'm very much indebted to you.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
I'll never forget all you've done for me during my time in London.
My debt to you will never be translated to financial compensation.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude. Especially when I visit you in your country. What? The truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
Oh yes! Would welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes.
Oh, that sounds wonderful! I can't wait!
In that case, let us conclude that this is to be merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
And that brings us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain. A peculiar twist of fate brought me halfway around the world those many months ago. But that was just the start of my journey. Who knows where fate will lead me next? Still, I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made in London. And when we're together again, no doubt the first words I'll hear will be,
Come, the game is afoot.
The ship, with our friends from the east, sailed steadily towards the distant horizon. But Sholmes' face was alight with joy. The times may change, but a steadfast friendship will remain true, Wilson. We have but to gently close our eyes, and we are with our companions once more.
So,
I like getting
I do just
screenshots as
that.
these are ending.
And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
Objection!
Until we meet again, Bruno.
I've been thoroughly inundated with enquiries about my remote cinematography device, but I'm no purveyor of electrical goods, and what of the promised close court secrecy? Anyway, I've decided an absence from London is in order, a sojourn of distant climes, the Empire of Japan perhaps. I understand that wardrobe class incurs no charge there. I gave a little note to Hurley the other day. It just said, "Thank you for everything, Daddy," but it made Hurley cry. I gave him some lotion I had invented as well, to dye his hair red safely. But he said that might make him cry too, so he'd rather not use it. In those days, when I was known as the Reaper, I felt your presence at my side. Once, unable to bear the burden of that grim pseudonym, I even retired from the courtroom. Despite everything, I still wear your prosecutor's badge with pride, but the darkness that once beset me is no more, as you too are no more. In the words of a young foreign friend of mine, I must stride forward toward a brighter future. The boss left a note for me, you know, and I can read every letter now, A to Z, the whole lot. Let's clear a load of stuff up. The boss was trying to protect me, see? And that's exactly what me and Chief Inspector Toby are gonna keep doing for Londoners. I only wish I could have said how grateful I was before he, you know. Best character. Jaina, the truth is, I'm not the upstanding fellow you think I am. You might be a diver at art, but it's a good art. You've reminded me I need to be true to myself. I've got one more job to take care of before it's ta-ta to London town for the foreseeable. And then, I've got to complete your education in the art of detection a la Gregson, as they say. Oh, that is a heck of an expression. Your Excellency, this man is accused of illegal entry into the office of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Objection. Oblique overstatement overruled. The minister has been detained in Britain. Who is this caddish counsel for the defense, and women forbidden? I can't do this fast enough. Perhaps I should have engaged the services of a regular legal team. I mean, yeah, I'm on my way back. Just wait half a year or something. I guess it's like 50 days was the voyage. Just wait 2 months. Way back, I'll handle your legal defense. Mama, is it true about Japanese people? Are they experts at filleting corpses? Yes, they are. Fish corpses on the whole. I'd like to hone my own filleting skills. You don't mind, do you, Mama? Yes, I do. I'm not a corpse yet, am I? No. And I'm glad. Here I am again in Great Britain on the invitation of my dear old university friend. He sent me a very nice layer saying he'd like to show me around now that everything's settled. But what have I done? I was so excited I picked this splendid hotel and now I can't afford the bill. Oh, Baroque, come to my rescue again, please. I wish I could just vanish into thin air sometimes. When I went to make the waxwork impression of the killer in the cemetery, I realized what had happened. But even in the witness stand of the highest court in the land, I could never speak of it. The Lord Chief Justice and I had struck a bargain, you see. For a faithful reproduction of the visage, there is nothing we Tusples would not do. I still don't agree with you concealing that, but you are still hot, so there's that. Hey, everyone calls me Gus. I sell jaunty little tidbits to pass it by, you know. Everyone calls me a Peppino. I sell the spaghetti as a more thread than my thread. Everyone call me no, I cannot do it. This is ridiculous. Oh, Daly, how charming. You've made lots of new friends here, I see. Yes, and when we're released, we're all going to strike it rich together. When I was accepted on the foreign study tour, I knew exactly what path I had to take, and however it might have ended, I knew that I wanted you there to see it. If I'd ended up in the dock, there's no one I would have rather had defending me. But now, thanks to you, there's a new path I want to take. I'm sure we'll meet again in the courtroom, my friend. Until then, I'll leave Karuma in your care. I've made some tea, Naruhodo-san. It's important that you rest while you can. Yes, you can. Once we arrive in Japan, you shall be busy establishing your new office. I'm so delighted to be accompanying you. After all, your talents have been recognized by a great detective. Because you really are the greatest of lawyers, a great ace attorney, some might say. Yay! Wagga hi! And Susie's holding back tears. Oh, that's so sweet. I've gone blurry from the emotion of the moment. Gregson is the only Ace Attorney character with posthumous words during the credits. Yeah, that adds up. I don't recall any others. I'm guessing those were different designs for Wagga High, so I don't think those other cats came up. In the fan game of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, the return of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Episode 3 is the great Ace Attorney one, including multiple witnesses at once, jury examinations, and a dance of deduction. Nice. So many incompetent jurors. I still don't get why they didn't actually make Soseki a hunchback, like they could have. I've never understood why they constantly refer to him as hunchbacked when he's clearly not. They could have just made a hunchbacked character. Oh my. I still don't really know why that one guy's sign says actual hero, but I guess he was pivotal to the case. Gina, hi, and hi, Toby. The Dance of Deduction. Hi, you're a murderer. It would honestly be kind of wild if he just actually smashed that gavel down on Ryu's head there at the end. Also a murderer. Truthfully, I like this game mechanically. It's going to be hard picking a thumbnail for this VOD. That won't be it. Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve. Complete. I could have grabbed that screen. You know, just the one that has absolutely no spoilers. Well, I don't think we're going to finish the escapades tonight. I don't really know that I care about finishing those on stream. And I have been talking a lot. So I might just get these last couple achievements on my own. Come to think of it, I wonder if now I have access to escapades from the second game. I assume... no, it doesn't look like it. Anyway. I do love those games. I still need to finish replaying through the Phoenix Wright trilogy. And I have the Apollo Justice trilogy, but I have no idea when I'm going to actually play it. Because holy crap, these games are hard work to stream. It's so much narration. It really is just so much talking and so many attempts at voices that I'm not even good at. At least Apollo Justice I can mostly default to American voices, but that'll probably just make them harder to distinguish. We'll see. Who knows? Maybe I'll play through that one on stream, maybe I'll just make it one that I play myself. It's hard to say. Oh, let's think. What is coming up next? I think my next plan is probably going to be another Nuzlocke. Because I really am curious how that, because, for anyone who cares, feel free to follow if you'd like. And feel free to join the Discord where I've posted some stuff about possible streams. I really do like the idea of that evolution items only run in Fire Red or Leaf Green. Because I haven't done a Fire Red or Leaf Green Nuzlocke yet, but that one does sound pretty fun. I think that would be a nice way to wind down. Of course, I could also try a height lock, because I haven't done one of those since, like, the end of last year. Or the end of 2024, I think. It's a tricky call to say which game I would do it in, though. I mean, I'd probably have to go Sword and Shield, since my last two height locks, one off stream and one on, were Gen 6 and Gen 7. As much as I've looked at it, I don't think a height lock is achievable for Gen 5. I could go back and look into the into Black 2 and White 2 again and test the waters, but I feel like I've done that and things weren't looking promising. So yeah, there's all that. Later, Rafkin. There are so many things that I want to do, it's a lot of games. We should do a horror game sometime soon. And I believe in February, Resident Evil 10 is coming out. And I'm really excited for that one. That will probably be one I try to play on launch, just because I really do enjoy the Resident Evil games. Who knows if I'll ever get around to playing Resident Evil 6. Come to think of it, I can't remember if I've got Resident Evil 7 and 8 yet, or if I have been holding off on those. I know how those ones go, so I probably won't stream them. If I do, it'll probably be like, I destroyed the game with mods style stream. But, yeah. Oh boy. So yeah, most likely next will be a Nuzlocke. If not, who knows what exactly I'll play. I've mentioned that I have a bit of a backlog. And we will see how it goes. But in the meantime, folks, I appreciate you. Feel free to drop a follow if you haven't already. I hope you enjoyed, and I hope to see you next time. Later. Bye, 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 bye.